Welcome to today's meeting. Thank you for all attending. You may have noticed we have extra guests in the back, which are our visitors from our friendship city of Zhengzheng, who are paying us a visit from Zhengzheng Normal University, and they have an interest in one of the items on the agenda today, which I think is self-explanatory. I would now like to call on Pastor Daniel Harmon to say prayers, please.
Father God, we just want to thank you for commit this meeting into your hands, and we pray that you would give us wisdom and insight and understanding. We thank you that you love Portsmouth City and you have a good plan and purpose for it. Father, we just pray for a greater sense of unity across our city. And Lord, we also want to thank you for our guests from China. And Lord God, we pray for your blessing to be upon them, your blessing to be upon their nation. Father, we also pray for bridges of blessing and divine connections that we might further your kingdom. We pray that heaven's light would be our guide. In Jesus' name, amen. Just want to make a quick mention. We have an event on Thursday the 13th of December that we are sponsoring on behalf of City Life Church, just as our way of saying thank you to all of you that invest and pour into our city. We're so grateful for what you do. So that's an invitation to you in the evening to come and have some nice food, and you're welcome to bring your partners as well. Obviously just let us know for numbers so we know who we're catering for, but that's just a very simple thing that we want to do, just to say thank you for all that you sow into our city.
Thank you very much. If you'd like to be seated, please. Thank you. You're most welcome to stay for the rest of the meeting, but we understand if you need to slip away at some point. So moving on to agenda item 1, declarations of interest. Members, if you have any if you have any disclosable pecuniary interest or personal prejudicial interest to declare in the items on the agenda before us, can you please indicate? Councillor Coles.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just under agenda item 6, it's my wife presenting the petition. It's for information only, really.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Under question 3, it's a disclosable but non-pecuniary interest. My mother lives in one of the blocks affected.
None of those, Lord Mayor, but just out of courtesy, I just wanted to apologise and let you know I have my dog, and if through you, if it's okay if he's allowed to stay with me throughout the duration of the meeting, so he's not on his own.
As long as he behaves himself, otherwise I will throw him out.
You can be deselected.
Moving on to minutes. It is proposed by Councillor Vernon Jackson and seconded by Councillor Jones that the minutes of the council meeting held on the 10th of July 2018, previously circulated with the agenda, be confirmed as the correct record. Are the minutes agreed?
I'm happy to propose them.
Happy to second.
Thank you much. Is all agreed? Agreed. Carried. Item 3, communications. Apologies. I've received apologies from Councillor Elcombe, Councillor Bosher, Councillor Morgan and Councillor Fleming. In addition, Councillor Udi and Councillor Hockaday have been advised that they will be a little late in arriving. Okay, Councillor Tomwood as well. Apologies. And again, reiterate our welcome to the Zhengzheng. Welcome here to witness the debate today. And I'll hand over to Councillor Jackson, Vernon Jackson.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. On this item of communications, colleagues, I hope will have seen that that Ofsted have written to us yesterday with the outcome of the children's inspection, where Children's Social Services has moved from being needing improvement or requires improvement up to being good on all levels. And I'm sure colleagues would want to join with me in thanking everybody who works so hard in children's social care on this, and to recognise the huge amount of hard work that's gone to bringing that Ofsted rating up to good for children's social care. I think it's really important that we note it here.
Thank you very much. I'm also going to lay out the Filming Council proceedings. It's a reminder that all microphones are controlled by me, though they do seem to have a will of their own at the moment. So, members wishing to speak may simply press the talk button on the unit, or if that doesn't work and they end up keep turning on, I think we might go back to the hand raise system. And I will activate your microphone when I call you to speak. I will also turn off your microphone at the end. The cameras for the webcast will go to the speaker of the microphone that is activated. With regard to members of the public attending to address the council, the webcast will not show you speaking, but we will hear your words being broadcasted out. The camera will give a general view of members in the chamber when the public are speaking. The voting view, in order to assist on online viewers, a webcast camera will take an overall view of members in the chamber when any voting takes place. And for the attention of those members of the public wishing to record proceedings, the council's rules prohibit the filming, photographing or recording of members of the public unless they are addressed in the meeting, and only then if they do not actively object. Filming from gallery to gallery is prohibited. Also, just to inform you that the evacuation assembly point for this meeting is in front of the Queen Victoria statue in the Guildhall Square. There are building evacuation signs displayed both inside the public galleries and the chamber itself. And as a result of a change in group strengths on the council, there was a revised seating plan which has been circulated with your green sheet. So, deputations from the public under Standing Order 24.
Lord Mayor, there are 4 deputations received for this meeting, excluding the petition item. The details have been circulated in the chamber. Lord Mayor. Okay, fine, thank you. Can I ask Mr. Chris Atwell to make his deputation on item 12D? Mr. Atwell, you will have 6 minutes and the buzzer will sound when there is 1 minute to go, and then again at the end of your time. Mr. Atwell.
My Lord Mayor, I know that you all have a very long day ahead of you, so I'll keep this as short as it's possible to do. This is an important issue. The changes made to the bus network in Portsmouth by First Bus last month are having a huge impact on a great many people in and around Old Portsmouth. I have spent a lot of time over the past few weeks talking with and listening to hundreds of people, and there really is only one topic of conversation on the streets of Old Portsmouth right now. Here's why. The changes made by First Bus mean that there is no longer a direct bus service between Old Portsmouth and Southsea. And it is to Southsea that the residents want and need to travel to. The shops and supermarkets in and around Palmerston Road, the doctor's surgery and pharmacy in Osborne Road to visit friends and families and attend social and community events. The replacement bus, the number 8, for those of you who might not know about these things, terminates at Clarence Pier, which is great for picking up some Portsmouth souvenirs or spending some time at the amusement arcade, but it's not so great for picking up a prescription or buying birthday cards. And so it is with a sense of incredulity that the good folk of Old Portsmouth watch the number 8 bus trundle up and down the high street every 15 minutes, pretty much empty, carrying far fewer people than the service it has replaced. It suggests that it's not just the people of Old Portsmouth who do not want or need a direct service to Clarence Pier. These changes have also forced some people back into their cars. I've spoken with people who, with a heavy heart, now jump in their cars to drive to Southsea rather than jumping on the bus. It's just what Portsmouth needs: more cars on the road, more congestion and more pollution. Now, the people of Old Portsmouth will, I hope, not mind me pointing out that this is an area of the city with an older population. an area of the city where a useful bus service is especially important. I have had people describe themselves as feeling isolated, abandoned, forgotten and cut off since the changes have been made. I'll conclude. I know conversations have already taken place with the city's bus operators. However, on behalf of the hundreds of people who have spoken with me about the terrible impacts on their day-to-day lives, please do everything you can as a council to return a direct bus service between Old Portsmouth and Southsea. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Atwell. Can I now ask Honorary Alderman Attrell to make his deputation on item 12E? Councillor, forgive me, Honorary Alderman Attrell, you have 6 minutes and the buzzer will sound when there is 1 minute to go, and then again at the end of your time.
Thank you, members of the council, for hearing me. We have currently some 600 to 700 people with learning disabilities known to Portsmouth City Council, and many will have problems managing with universal credit. And some people with learning disabilities have not been moved over from disability living allowance to personal independence payment. As most people with learning disabilities do not have computer skills and will need one-to-one help to use computers, which is not available on the scale which is now required. And some people with learning disability will never be able to acquire computer skills, and it will increase much pressure on social workers and support workers. I brought this to the attention to the local authority because there is need for much more help for people with learning disabilities so they can move, when they move on to universal credit, that help is not currently available. There are so few people that can help people with universal credit, and I've been told that in order, when they get it's an online application system. As I've previously said, it's not possible for most people with learning disability currently to be able to use computers. And that's why we've got to have, there is services available to train people with learning to use computers, but it's very small indeed. Therefore, I want, on the scale it will be required now and in the future, there must be more done to help people with learning disabilities who move on to eventually the universal credit system. They should have more help. Many people with learning disabilities are still living at home with elderly parents. Many of these elderly parents are over 80 and these are very worried in the event of universal credit coming on stream. These families of people with learning disability, with elderly parents living at home, they pool their resources as part of their family's income, and many of these elderly parents don't know how they're going to cope. Although there are citizens' advice available and the advice service available, but the scale is not big enough. It will cope for 600 to 700 people that are recognised by people with learning disability by the City Council. I hope you did not mind me coming along with a deputation, but you should be aware that I am the only learning disability champion recognised by any local authority in the United Kingdom. And I do all I can to represent the interests of people with learning disabilities. And it's sometimes very difficult. I have a learning disability myself. Very few people are in my position, have been elected as a councillor to a local authority with a learning disability. I am one of the few exceptions. and I know that I've been told I go on a lot, but all I wanted to do is to make sure that when the universal credit system comes, it's already started in some parts of the city, when it comes on stream properly, that people with learning disability in this city of ours, they will have the support needed to cope with it. And we don't put burdens on the hard work that our social workers and support workers do in supported living. And I hope the City Council would recognise this and, if necessary, approach government department to get extra funding so it's not borne only by the residents of Portsmouth with this support. Department of Work and Pension should, now the government has agreed to put more money into universal credit, I hope we will not be backward in asking for more resources to help people with learning disabilities to cope with universal credit. I know I've spoken a long time. I didn't expect to speak for 6 minutes because I didn't know when I prepared to come today that I would get 6 minutes. And I hope you understand what I'm trying to do is to represent the people with learning disability in the city of Portsmouth. And I hope councillors are proud of the work I do for people with learning disabilities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alderman Attrell. Can I now ask Mr. Angus Geeds to make his deputation? Item 12F. Mr. Geeds, you have 6 minutes. The buzzer will sound when there is 1 minute to go, and then again at the end of your time.
Right. I would like to thank the Council for allowing this deputation on agenda item 12F, the motion to adopt the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance definition of anti-Semitism, including all its examples, without any caveats. I will hereafter refer to the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance simply as the Alliance. There are several reasons why the definition should be rejected. The first is elementary. It fails the first test of a definition. It is indefinite. It states anti-Semitism is a certain perception of Jews which may be expressed as hatred towards Jews. Maybe, so it may be expressed as something else too. But what else, we are none the wiser. The Oxford Dictionary has a perfectly good definition of anti-Semitism: hostility or prejudice against Jews. So is hostility or prejudice that falls short of hatred of Jews anti-Semitism? The proposed definition gives no answer. Most councillors will, I imagine, agree with me that such sentiments are anti-Semitic. So why not stick with a simple dictionary definition instead of adopting an indefinite one that will fail to identify most anti-Semites? What the proposed definition will do is have a chilling effect on efforts to achieve justice for the Palestinians in the face of ongoing dispossession by Israel. This is doubly so because the motion expressly rejects the caveat the Alliance attached to the examples that go with its definition, namely that they could be anti-Semitic, taking into account the overall context. The Council is being asked to adopt a motion that declares them anti-Semitic in all circumstances. Mind you, don't think that adding this caveat would solve the problem. Even with it, the Alliance definition examples will establish a prima facie case for anti-Semitism, likely to lead to suspension and investigation. The prospect will deter all but the brave from making fully justified statements designed to bring the public's attention to the plight of the Palestinians, far removed from any anti-Semitic intent or sentiment. Take, for instance, the Alliance example of anti-Semitism denying the Jewish people their right to self-determination. The obvious valid reason for denying a people their right to self-determination is that exercising such a right can cause serious harm to people with prior rights. If such a denial is anti-Semitic in the case of Israel, then the British peer Lord Sydenham was anti-Semitic when he said of the Balfour Declaration, "This national home must not be given if it cannot be given without entailing gross injustice on another people." Adopting this example would also render the Jewish peer and member of the cabinet, Lord Montagu, anti-Semitic when he too opposed the national home for the Jews on similar grounds. Do you really think these denials of the right to self-determination are anti-Semitic? Take another example, drawing comparisons of contemporary Israeli policy to that of the Nazis. Yes, saying Israeli policy is as bad as the Holocaust would be quite beyond the pale. But take this recent criticism of Israel by Uri Avneri, refugee from Nazi Germany, wounded fighting for Israel in 1948, former member of the Knesset, and the first to advocate the two-state solution, who died at the age of nearly 94 a month or two ago. This is what he said. He wrote, "The discrimination against the Palestinians in practically all spheres of life can be compared to the treatment of the Jews in the first phase of Nazi Germany. The reign of racist bills in the Knesset, those already adopted and those in the works, strongly resembles the laws adopted by the Reichstag in the early days of the Nazi regime. Some rabbis call for a boycott of Arab shops, like then. There are political parties here in Israel that emit a strong fascist smell. Portsmouth City Council will look very foolish if it adopts this motion and so condemns Uri Avni, refugee from Nazi Germany and Israeli war hero, as an anti-Semite. British universities have been heavily lobbied to cancel events taking place on campus promoting Palestinian rights, with the alliance definition often cited as a reason. Free speech has thus been eroded by the actual cancellation of events at 3 universities, Central Lancashire, UCL and Exeter. Even the author of the definition adopted by the Alliance outlined his significant concerns for the US Congress at how it is being used to suppress freedom of expression. The prestigious civil rights organization Liberty has recognized the threat too. It has resolved that the definition's conflation of anti-Semitism with criticism of Israel and legitimate defense of the rights of the Palestinians is a threat to freedom of expression. It regrets that some local authorities have already adopted it and calls on public bodies not to adopt the definition. Likewise, I call on Portsmouth City Council not to adopt the Alliance definition with or without its examples. Just one final point. I've got that much, not very much. It's an important one on law. The Council will break the law if it acts in a manner inconsistent with the European Convention on Human Rights. The Council cannot legally interfere with freedom of expression unless justified by Article 10, brackets 2 of the Convention. Moreover, the Council has a positive legal, and here I quote, obligation to create a favourable environment for public participation in public debates for all concerns, allowing them to express their opinions and ideas without fear, even if these opinions and ideas are contrary to those defended by the official authorities. Thank you very much.
And Mr. Megorian, you may now present your deputation, and the buzzer will go when there is 1 minute to go.
Yeah, I mean, the reason I'm here is because I'm the son of 2 people who fought in the last war. My mother was in the Army Nursing Corps, my father was on the Arctic convoys, and they drummed into me anti-fascism and opposition to anti-Semitism, and that's why I'm here. I'm here because I think this proposal is divisive, and I think it's unhelpful. It also claims to be something it's not. It says it's the IHRA document, which it isn't. There are bits missing from it. The final thing it says there is holding Jews collectively responsible for actions of the State of Israel. That's not the last line. There are 3 further lines which actually move it away from specifically talking about Israel and talking about general anti-Semitism, and specifically making reference, which is made earlier on, about Holocaust denial. And I find it extraordinary that they've actually missed it out, and I think the only reason can be to refocus the document on the issue of criticism of Israel. I think that is incorrect. I think that if you're serious about talking about fighting anti-Semitism, one of the central things is Holocaust denial. We've been fighting this for decades, and when people practice Holocaust denial, it's not because they don't believe that the Holocaust didn't happen. They think it doesn't matter that it happened, and they want to see it again. So I think that is what I find very worrying for starters. And I think that's actually quite outrageous that that's actually been removed, and at the same time, the sponsor of the motion is saying any caveats should be denounced. So presumably this means the sponsor of the motions have to be denounced by the council if it is actually passed. That's why I think it should be opposed or amended. The other problems I have is it says that it's universally accepted by every country. There are 186 countries. 9 countries have supported it unamended, and I think that's about 5%. So it is not universally accepted. It's highly controversial. There have been a number of legal opinions about it, and I think that the problem is that many councils are actually passing it because they feel that if they don't pass it, they're looking as if they're soft on anti-Semitism, and there are problems with it. And I think it's being exploited by some people to redefine the way we actually use language over discussing Middle East policy, which is not what an anti-Semitism policy should be used for. We're already seeing problems over what's actually happening in Barnet, where people who are members of boycott, divestment and sanction groups are being told they cannot use council services. There's a court case coming. So these problems are already happening. And unfortunately, people are using the courts to say that if you accept IHRA, then people can't use these facilities. I think the other thing is the issue of anti-Semitism actually needs to be taken very, very seriously. If you actually look at the hate crime figures, because a number of the figures in the newspapers are not very helpful, because you actually have newspapers running hysterical campaigns about anti-Semitism, terrifying the Jewish community, and then the Jewish community saying they're terrified. And this, if you actually look at the figures for anti-Semitism in Britain, they're very, very different. But for example, hate crime figures are massively up. There's a 15% increase in attacks on Jewish people, a 53% increase in attacks on the disabled. I spoke to a woman on Saturday who'd been pushed under a bus and told she was a parasite. These are serious issues, 43% increase in terms of blacks, 20% increase. So they're very, very wide, and I think we need to look at hate crimes in a much broader context. I think there are clear dangers over the way that the media has been constructing debate over the last few months, much of it going on about left-wing anti-Semitism, and I think people are actually beginning to close down. You can open a newspaper and you can see much talk about left-wing anti-Semitism, and in the same paper there will be an attack on George Soros. And this actually worries me. George Soros has become the Rothschild of today. People know about the way Goebbels said about the Rothschild. I will give you an example. This is from the Daily Telegraph. George Soros, the man who broke the Bank of England, backing secret group to thwart Brexit. That's got everything. It's got the hidden hand, secret conspiracy to undermine the will of the British people, and a very, very wealthy Jewish person. Everything there. And when I know groups who actually complained about this, nothing was done. Many of the establishment organisations will not do anything about this because he's regarded, although he's a supporter of Israel, he's a critical supporter of Israel. And so that's being given a free pass. And people are noticing this. In closing, I actually just want to say that this year we had 15,000 Nazis with Tommy Robinson marching through London, the biggest fascist march since Mosley in the 30s. And I think people are, there's this argument that old Nazi anti-Semitism doesn't exist, it's only left-wing anti-Semitism. And I think those people are playing with fire. I think we really need to wake up about what's going on. I think that the problem with these things is they're extremely divisive. We need to get people together. I think we need to have statements about anti-Semitism which are written in basic English and don't actually conflate the criticism of a sovereign state with racism. And I don't think the IHRA thing is helping. We've actually seen things like the murder of Joe Cox. And all I would say is that please support the amendment or oppose this motion. I think this is divisive. It isn't the IHRA thing. It has been filleted for political purposes. I don't think it's helpful. I would ask people to reject it.
Thank you, Mr Magurian. Those who've given deputations, if you'd now like to retire and watch the rest of the meeting from your usual seating. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome to Councillor Hockaday and Councillor Udy. I did see you both sort of waiting by the door trying to get in. And just, do you have any interest to declare?
No.
No. Any interest to declare? No. Thank you very much. I've had, I think, your standing order. Just going to do one more quick. I'm just going to do public questions under standing order 25.
There have been none received today, Lord Mayor.
Thank you much. And I think there's going to be a move to suspend standing order 40C, order of agenda, which I think you're about to put forward.
My Lord Mayor, I think we've had a long tradition where we've had groups of people coming to council meetings to try to do the pieces of business that they're interested in. I'm wondering if it would be acceptable, and I've talked to the Leader of the Opposition, to maybe do the 12A, which is what I hope will be highly uncontroversial, thing about the friendship link between our two cities now, so we don't have the delegation at the back having to sit through many hours of us debating other things. So I wondered if it might be possible to vary the order of business, suspend standing orders, whichever one you said.
It's moving standing order 40C, I think is what you're about to say.
Moving order 40C then.
Yeah, order agenda. We've got that validly proposed and...
Seconded, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much. In which case, a simple vote of the majority. All those in favour? Anyone opposed? Any abstentions? That's unanimous. In which case, we move on to page 15 for those of you following. And notice of motion A, friendship agreement proposed by Councillor Fuller and seconded by Councillor Lee Mason. The mover has up to 3 minutes on the question only as to whether the motion should be debated today or stand referred to another council body for consideration. I hand over to Councillor Fuller.
Good afternoon, Lord Mayor members. Lord Mayor, I'm asking that this motion be debated today so that we can progress this relationship at the earliest opportunity. It will also show our friends in Zhangjin, I hope I've said that correct, that this relationship matters a great deal to us, which of course it does. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you, and I formally second that and withhold my right to speak later in the debate. Can we have a show of hands for those in favour to debate it? For those in favour of debating today? Anyone opposed? Abstentions? Okay, in which case it's back to Councillor Fuller for the formal proposal.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you for letting me speak, and thank you also for seconding this motion, Lord Mayor. Portsmouth is a global city. It's recognised around the world, not just the home of the Navy, Dickens and Brunel, but as a place that people from around the world wish to come and visit and see. We are also a welcoming place, that this reflected in many wonderful relationships which are other cities around the world. You see in the joy of the faces of people in our twin cities of Caen, Duisburg and Haifa when they meet us, as well as many other places with which we have a sister friendship links, such as Missouri, Sydney, Lakewood, and our fellow Portsmouth is across the Atlantic, New Hampshire and Virginia. Our area where Portsmouth is established is growing a reputation now in China. I do not do politics, as many as you know here, but for me, our links with other places are about building bridges, not walls with people. It's always about people. That is what all of us, regardless of political party, feel, and I hope that this is still the same. This applies to the Chinese as much as the Americans, Israelis, and obviously Australians. Since 2004, we have had friendship link with Zalatiku, I think I've said it, in Inner Mongolia. Since 2014, we have a similar link with Zhuhai between Missouri and Hong Kong. The relationships with Zhangjiang is new. Like us, Zhangjiang is a naval base, the home of a People's Liberation Army, Navy, South Sea Fleet. We became sister cities last year, and I know, Lord Mayor, how honoured you were to represent us with the signing of the ceremony of the Memorandum of Understanding. Since then, our educational and cultural links have grown, and I want to thank the Portsmouth Chinese Association for the work it has done, not just in developing these links, but also with our other friendship cities in China. I would also like to thank the University of Portsmouth for its work in developing our educational links. Members, now I know we've got a lot to go through today and with our meeting, and lots of political arguing to and fro. So before all the shouting and the hot air, I'm sure there'll be a lot of that, I want you to do something simple, and I hope not political. Give this Lord Mayor here the chance to continue this memorandum and allow us to carry on building a relationship with our newest friends. That way we can show what I hope unites us all, our interests in people. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fuller. I've had no amendments before us, so it's moving then into debate. So I think I've had two single people so far, so 3. Councillor New.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Initially, I wasn't going to support this, but I'm pleased to tell you today that I'm quite happy to, because Councillor Fuller's quite right that it is actually through working together and through unity that we can hope to affect real change. And the reason why I was initially hesitant towards supporting this was because of the Chinese record around animal abuse rights, specifically around things like the Yulin meat market, which, although I do understand that a more national government is trying to look to rectify this, there's many problems on a local level where the local government isn't taking it seriously, where there are bans and legislation to try and protect domestic animals being taken, etc. But I don't really wish to get into that today. It was more to really second what Councillor Fuller put forward, and I'm sure Councillor Lee Mason will do, and also to welcome everyone that's come forward today. And I hope that together, through building these bridges, that we can look towards a better future, not only for people, but also for our four-legged friends too.
Thank you very much, Councillor New. I've also got Councillor Jones next on the list. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I'm delighted that this motion is before us today because this city, as we heard so well from Councillor Fuller, has a history of working with growing cities and urban areas within China, and where we can have friendship links with cities or conurbations within China that have a similarity to us in Portsmouth, such as Shenzhen does, it's really important. We know that China is one of the biggest economies in the world, and actually for us, when we are trading globally, when we are outside of the European Union, our relationship with people such as China is going to become even more important than it currently is. We're very fortunate in Portsmouth to have a university that has a growing student population, and actually so many of the PhD students come from Asia. It's a very important market for Portsmouth University, and in fact they have 3 offices across China, and under the previous Conservative administration we worked very closely with the university to make sure that we were had plans to maximise on those relationships, and I'm sure the new administration will continue that. And actually the university offered to us the ability to use their offices across China as and when we needed to, particularly if we were planning any kind of trade missions. I did work with the Foreign Office around 18 months ago, where there was talk of a planned trip around the maritime sector particularly. And in fact, Albert Choi, the head of the Chinese community in Portsmouth, worked with that with me. And we were talking about how we could have a maritime conference and have some presence in the annual Chinese maritime conference, which is held not too far from Shenzhen, so that we could maximise on promoting this city, arguably one of the strongest marine and maritime cities in the world, over in China. The Chief Executive and I were very privileged to be invited to the Chinese Embassy around 2 years ago for the 79th anniversary of the Chinese People's Liberation Army. And Mr. Choi was there with us at that event as well. And in actual fact, we were, along with, I think, 2 military personnel from Britain, the only British people that were there. We met the global head of the HSBC Bank. And actually, you know, there were some very important people in the room, and we made some fantastic contacts. Finally, from my perspective, it's great to have the visitors here today. Portsmouth in the UK and Shenzhen in China have so many similarities, and I think part of this friendship came from having a Chinese ship visit Portsmouth Naval Base around 2.5, 3 years ago. A Chinese frigate came here, and I think it's been 2 frigates actually that have been here. And having the relationship between the British Navy and the Chinese Navy, I'm sure, has played a big part in the motion that we have before us today. So very delighted to support it.
Thank you very much, Councillor Jones. I now call Councillor Vernon Jackson, please.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. As Leader of the Council, I'd like to very much welcome this. I'm very happy to support this on behalf of my group. I think the links between China and the UK are incredibly important, and between our 2 cities, it's really good to have this friendship link. I endorse everything that Councillor Donald Jones has said. Having these strong ties at the university level, for education, for manufacturing, for all different industries, has the ability to enrich not only ourselves but also residents in China, and I think it's great that we're working on this. I think in a month's time I shall be visiting China on behalf of the City Council to try to make sure that we build some of these links further. Before people get terribly worried, this is going to cost council taxpayers lots of money. I have to pay for it myself. But I think it's really important that, particularly at this time, that we are building these international links, and I'm very happy to support this, very happy to go and represent the city in China in a month's time, and thank you very much for bringing this forward.
Thank you very much, Councillor Vernon Jackson. I have Councillor Chowdhury next, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I am very proud to see Chinese delegate in our cabinet, especially Portsmouth University. In our city business development, we got a very good relationship with China, and I like to see continue to relationship with China to build up near future. And thank you to the Councillor David Fuller to bring this motion, and I'm completely strongly supported this motion. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Chowdhury, and I have got Councillor Ferret and then Councillor Robwood.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'd like to endorse many of the comments that have already been made about the benefits of fostering cultural links and how that's clearly establishing good relations between the 2 cities and us and China. Also, we know there's a big education element in this city in terms of lots of Chinese students, and clearly for education as well. That is a great way for us to share experiences. Also, the economic links that we have with China are vital, might be even more so, given what's coming down the track. And I would hope that we continue to grow those links that we have. And it may be a forlorn hope, but I would hope those links that we have, other cities have, other nations have, can help to also open up democracy in China. But I'd just like to say that we shouldn't be afraid, in a similar vein to Councillor New, we shouldn't be afraid to be a critical friend, and I think we shouldn't be afraid to speak up about human rights as well in China. I think that's vitally important, that we don't overlook that. There are significant human rights issues in China, not least with the Uyghur Muslims, where some 1 million are currently in something dubbed as re-education camps. We should be impressing, wherever we have the opportunity, on China the need to improve human rights and use those links to do so.
Thank you, Councillor Ferret. And Councillor Robwood, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I thought I'd stand up and say something because obviously my background is I'm half Chinese and half English. So this is a great opportunity to, first of all, say, by talking together and joining up and actually us making sure we welcome our guests here and welcome a working relationship with them. That's how we can make sure we don't have a divisive society. It's all about talking together. And I hope I'm a good product to sort of say it does work. That's also, so welcome.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wood. I've not had anyone else show they wish to speak. I'm just going to do a very quick response on this as seconder. Having visited, I will always pronounce it wrong, so I do apologise every time, but Zhangzheng, it is a city of 8 million people, is very similar to Portsmouth, not in size, but is home of the Chinese Navy. It's the second largest port in China. It is a major linchpin on the One Road, One Belt plan of trade, opening up the world to trade. It is a key trade centre, and I'm very pleased that they've been so welcome to us, and we've received so many delegations coming over. And I'm also delighted that we have such excellent links between the two universities. I joined them last night for discussion on how the universities can work closer together and better examples of learning and closer operation, and absolutely excellent time. I'd also like to thank Albert Choi at the back for his involvement, and also the Portsmouth Chinese Association for their involvement in creating this link and helping us. So I also have the honour of representing the city, also at my own cost, going out there in a week and a bit's time to visit the city. So I'm delighted that we are able to continue with the links, and we've had a great deal of support here today. Stepping back to Councillor Fuller to sum up, please.
Lord Mayor, members, can I first of all thank you all for your support with this. It's good that we all unite together at times, so thank you very much. To the Chinese delegates here, just really to go back and to wish everybody, certainly I speak for myself and hopefully for everybody here, our best wishes and our friendship out to everybody from Portsmouth to yourselves. So thank you all, members, for supporting us, and best wishes and a safe journey back to you all.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fuller. I now call on all of those that are in support of the motion to please show. Okay, and any opposed? Any abstentions? I declare that as a unanimous vote that the motion goes forward. Did you want to?
Lord Mayor, I just wonder if it would be sensible just to have a 2-minute break, because I'm sure it would be good for our Chinese delegation to have a photograph with you now that this friendship agreement has been passed by the council, and I'm sure that the delegation would like to have that photograph with you as Lord Mayor.
I think excellent idea, and that gives opportunity for them to then politely disappear should they have other things they might wish to do this afternoon. So we call for a 5-minute adjournment, please.
2 minutes. 2 minutes.
It will be 5. Let's be honest. I think there's been a suggestion that if our visitors would like to come around the front and stand with you at the mace, we could get a photo from the front. I'll promote you. Welcome back, members. I thought you might enjoy hearing a bell that one of our former members donated to the city many years ago and I found down in our vaults, so might make more use of it in future. Moving on to item 6 on the agenda, the petition. Oh yeah, please be seated. The Council has received a petition seeking to bring back public toilets at Kingston Rec, as set out on the agenda. The Council's rules state that as the petition contains more than 1,000 signatures, it will be debated by the full Council if the lead petitioner so requests, and they do. The process will be the lead petitioner, Ms Nicola Coles, will be given 6 minutes to present the petition. In accordance with the agreed arrangements, the administration will present its response to the petition via a proposer and a seconder. The petition and the administration's response motion will then be discussed by councillors and the normal rules of debate will apply. But please note that as this is a Cabinet matter, the full Council is precluded from determining the issues raised in the petition. I will now deal with the petition as presented.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Can I now ask Mrs Nicola Coles as lead petitioner to present the petition? You have 6 minutes and the buzzer will go at 1 minute before the end of your time.
The playground part of Kingston Rec has undergone a complete transformation thanks to lottery funding from Fratton Big Local. Since it reopened back in April, the footfall at the Rec has increased significantly, and the main topic of conversation is about the lack of public toilets nearby. The petition submitted is a result of these conversations. Kingston Rec is situated on the opposite side of St Mary's Road to Kingston Cemetery. As well as the playground, which includes zip wires, tree houses, sand pits, etc., the Rec has humps and jumps for bikes and scooters, table tennis tables, football goals, basketball nets, a cage sports area and a large green. There is also talk of outdoor gym equipment coming soon. Over the summer, the Rec has hosted 2 events attracting hundreds of people. It was the destination in June for the Fratton Big Local celebration parade to mark the opening of the new playground. The parade started at Fratton Community Centre, which is where the nearest public toilets are at present. It really highlighted the distance between the Rec and the community centre, which is half a mile away and a 10+ minute walk. Lack of public toilets has made the national news in the last few months. Domestos have launched the nationwide Use Our Lose initiative, stating that they believe that clean, safe toilets should be within everyone's reach. Their campaign is not dissimilar to the community toilet scheme we have here in Portsmouth, with their aim to tackle the public demise of toilets by allowing people to use facilities in local cafes, restaurants and bars. Because of the lack of such businesses in the area of the Rec, there isn't the option to add to the already existing community toilet scheme. There has been a recommendation of a community cafe on leased land with a contractual agreement as key holder for a toilet facility. This idea has been very well received by the users of the park. The previous public toilets sited at the Rec were closed in 2013. The 2013 consultation stated that the facilities included 5 cubicles plus 2 urinals and a disabled facility. I'm aware that the block probably wasn't in the best condition and had a poor layout which led to social misuse. It is stated as not being viable for structural change, so I could see why it would have been cheaper to demolish the site. I've not come here to ask for the scale of the block, and I'm also aware that money is tight and people may say there are much more pressing areas that are lacking funding. The situation at the Rec has since changed after the improvements to the playground this year, and now there is a much greater need to have toilet facilities closer than half a mile away. Most of the signatures on the petition were collected at the Rec itself. This allowed me to talk to the users of the area, including parents, grandparents, childminders, dog walkers, carers and teaching staff. People have also come to visit the park from further afield, including Waterloo, Vilhavant, Emsworth and even Bognor Regis. I've been told about a large family who arrived at the park who had to leave after 5 minutes because one of the children needed the toilet. This is, of course, caused upset for the other children. Also about a child with Down syndrome who had wet herself whilst playing. People with medical conditions such as Crohn's and celiac disease have also stressed the importance of being able to use a toilet easily. The petition has had an overwhelming positive response. Less than 1% of the people signing expressed concerns about drug misuse and antisocial behaviour. I gave my word to them that I would bring these concerns to yourselves, but stressed that why should the majority of people using the REC be denied toilets because of the minority? This is not the first petition to be submitted on the subject of toilets. In 2014, a unisex disabled-friendly toilet was reopened at Hilsey bus station after a successful campaign. I've also come across an online petition set up a year ago for toilets at the cemetery over the road from the REC to allow people to visit their loved ones' graves for longer. The subject of changing places has also arisen whilst collecting signatures. A change in place is for someone that cannot use standard accessible toilets. Over in Gosport, the council have approved a motion for £100,000 to create 3 changing places across the borough. This will take their total up to 5. The 2 public changing places cited at Southsea Library and Gunwharf are not enough, and it is felt that Portsmouth needs to get on board with providing more. I am aware that this is classed as a cabinet matter, but it was important to the people that signed this petition that the full council had the opportunity to debate. It is not uncommon for children to be using the bushes and behind the trees to relieve themselves. As I'm sure you will agree, this is completely undignified and unhygienic. Not having any facilities is affecting everyone from postal workers delivering in the area, as well as pregnant women and parents with children. Toilets that can be easily found and used are essential for older people and those with disabilities. The lack of toilets also cuts short the time people spend at the REC. Getting people outside enjoying themselves is essential. Kingston REC has become a wonderful space as a whole, and it would be great to have a public toilet and baby changing facility back on site again. A toilet is a necessity, not a luxury. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Coles. If you'd like to stay for the rest of the meeting, please retire to the public gallery. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And in respect of a mover and a seconder to propose a response from the administration to petition, I have just received a signed notice on this from Councillor Ashmore, which I believe is about to be circulated around the room. Do you want to wait until it's been circulated before you speak? Then it's probably less distracting. I believe now everyone has a copy of the notice, so I call Councillor Ashmore, please, to introduce his response.
Hello. Yeah, there we are. Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Mrs. Coles, for that as well. Very detailed statement on that. I empathise with everything you said on that, actually, to be honest. So I'd just like to start by saying what a fantastic... I'm just going to read out what's on there, but I'd like to start by saying a fantastic job Frat and Big Local have done with their improvements to the REC. The new play equipment has transformed the space, made it so much better for families. I love it. Councillor Udi was just telling me her kids love it. I've seen Councillor Coles down there. I even saw the Lord Mayor and Deputy Lord Mayor go on the zip wire down there as well. And I think they liked it as well. But we do know how annoying it is for the people using Kingston Rec, that their children get caught short and need the loo, and the lack of toilets currently available in the immediate vicinity is a real issue. When Fratton Big Local began the work on the project, myself, Councillor Fuller and former Fratton Councillor Julie Bird were told there was a discussion taking place in the previous administration to maybe restore the toilet provision in the cemetery, which Mrs Coles has mentioned, the old toilets there. So we waited to see if that was going to develop and had a discussion with Fratton Big Local about it. They didn't want political arguments, you know, perhaps delaying the work on it. Or distracted from the positive work that they were doing, which is totally understandable. When the Lib Dems regained control of the council in May this year, we inquired about the status of the proposals, but the discussions hadn't been pursued any further and no funding allocated for it, so we couldn't go that route. So we then began to investigate a way to be able to provide toilets in the Rec rather than the cemetery, as I think they are better sited there. I think everyone would agree they're better probably sited in the actual part themselves rather than across the road in a cemetery. But the other issue which needs to be addressed was which Mr Coles also mentioned, was given the history of antisocial behaviour in the old toilet blocks that previously existed on the site, was a major concern for local residents at the time. So we're particularly keen to explore the possibility of a combined retail kiosk toilet unit, like a concession, as the kiosk operator could then oversee the toilets, reduce the need for the council to have to find additional revenue to help service them. This model's been used elsewhere, including a design in, I'm going to say it, Porirua, New Zealand, but there are more straightforward options available. I'm expecting a final set of costings back within the next couple of weeks, and I'm happy to update members once we've identified an appropriate design and location which provides easier access to electricity and water services. So once again, thank you, Mrs Coles, for bringing the community petition to the council. And as you may be aware, I've actually signed it myself, and I look forward to updating the local community on progress very soon.
Thank you very much. And can Councillor Vernon-Jackson confirm that it's seconded, please?
I'm happy to formally second and reserve my right.
Thank you very much. And I believe that there are amendments to the proposed response. I assume it's Councillor Jones's corner or Councillor New? Or Councillor...
No, can I go first, please? Can I have some advice on where we're at with this, because I have a solution, but we need to propose. I can't amend a response to petition. I can only delete and replace with something completely, you know, replace, which I'm proposing to do, but I need some advice on where we're at with that.
Taking legal advice, I think if we have a 5-minute adjournment, if it can have, hopefully make the meeting shorter in total. Thank you. Please be seated. Thank you for the opportunity to actually get changed and be a bit cooler, and also increase my steps on my Fitbit a bit by backing in and out. I think, I'm not sure who is, if I pass over to Councillor Jones, I believe you're going to introduce this.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I'm going to propose a alteration. It can't be an amendment technically, but with the good grace of the Leader of the Council and the Cabinet Member, Councillor Dave Ashmore, and I'm also going to incorporate that into my 6 minutes as well. So the delete and replace is exactly the same wording as the administration's proposed response to the petition, but deleting paragraph 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, which starts when the Lib Dems regained control. So with that entire paragraph removed, the Conservative group is minded to support the administration's response. I'd like to start by thanking Mrs Coles for coming along and giving an eloquent deputation, or presentation, I should say, of her petition today about what is actually a really, really important topic. When we reopened the public toilets back in 2014, the second half of 2014, the number of people that contacted us to explain that, particularly for elderly people who have issues with needing to go to the toilet a lot, some of them, I think, felt slightly housebound by, toilets or lack of toilets around the city. We know money doesn't grow on trees. I'm not criticising anyone. I want to continue this, consensus politics that's in the chamber today. It feels quite positive. That's good. But yes, it is an important issue. People pay their council tax. They expect basic services, and I think public toilets are one of them. Just to give you a bit of background and context into the work and preparation that we had done to put toilets back in the Kingston Cemetery or Kingston Rec area. In the capital budget, which we are now in, 2018-19, I have a copy of it here on my iPad. Under the capital budget section, Environment and Community Safety, we actually put in £125,000, rising to £180,000 for the second year, to put in new public toilet provision across the city. The previous Conservative administration was fully committed to this, and for that money we were planning 3 new public toilets. One in College Park, which I'm not going to talk on any longer because I think a colleague of mine, Councillor Robert New, is planning to elaborate on that scheme. He was heavily involved in it and led it with Councillor Neil Young. Secondly, toilets, Kingston Rec or Kingston Cemetery. I will tell you we were considering Kingston Cemetery as well, not just at the Rec, but it would have been down to the local community where they wanted that to be. Councillor Frank Jonas had led the scheme around the toilet in that particular area under the resources portfolio. And the third one was to buy back a lease on a building on the seafront called Dirt to Road, which is not far from the D-Day Museum, for those of you that know the seafront well, and an ideal location to have both baby changing facilities, disabled toilet, and sort of a one-stop shop on the seafront. And actually that's a large building. The business sadly ceased to trade at the beginning part of this year. We, being the freeholder, had the opportunity to look at acquiring the lease back fairly cheaply. I think it was around £30,000. And so actually, far be it from it saying the previous administration had made no preparations, actually we had, and we'd actually looked to put an offer in, and we were just going into purdah as all of this happened. Of course, members will be aware that this particular capital budget didn't come into force until the 1st of April, whilst we were in purdah. And so we had started some preparations after the February budget meeting this year, when this became the adopted capital budget for the City of Portsmouth for the municipal year we were just about to move into. So we feel strongly about public toilets. We feel strongly about putting our money where our mouth is and not just talking about it, but doing it. That's why we did do it and put money aside there. And as I say, made plans for those public toilets for the seafront, for Kingston and for Copner, covering sort of the top, middle and bottom of the city. And I am very pleased to support this motion response to Mrs Coles's petition, and thank her and the petitioners for bringing such an important issue to the City Council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Jones. And Councillor Stubbs, you formally second that amendment. Thank you very much. Therefore, the matter is now open to debate. I have the first speaker, Councillor New.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yeah, I agree, and I suspect this is probably just an oversight on this paper from Councillor Ashmore, because actually, specifically around the Fratton Cemetery, now, before we were in administration, when former Councillor Eleanor Scott was the Cabinet member, I remember a report coming to us about why the toilets in Fratton Cemetery couldn't be reopened, and I understand it's to do with the heavy amount of work that would need to be done in terms of rectifying the old Victorian sewage system. It came back to me under when I was responsible for the portfolio, and then I also know that Councillor Jones had it at various points, because toilets seem to be taking over my life, not in a good way. And so I think, just as a matter of clarity, I think that while we would like to see it there, we also have to be realistic within the confines of the resources that this City Council has. However, Councillor Jones is quite right. There was £180,000, if you will, in the round that was put forward. And for selfish reasons, of course, I wanted to see College Park service as a priority. I feel that my residents were done over on the public toilet front and there, with many people not wanting to use pubs, especially mums, elderly people, etc., who perhaps felt intimidated and for various other reasons. And so I'm very keen to hear an update as well on the public toilets that are going forward into College Park shortly. But the rest of that money, so that was costed at the time before we left office of around £65,000 for the College Park toilets. So that left approximately, say, £115,000 to open up 2 other toilet facilities, one of them which I understand possibly was being Fratton. I never made a decision on that because the officers never advanced that far, but I think it's a sensible idea. I think Fratton Rec is fantastic as well, Councillor Ashmore, and actually the work that yourself, former Councillor Julie Bird did, and colleagues, you know, I think it should be commended. It is a really good place to go. I've been there with my dog, you know, and I think that it's great to see this petition here from Mrs Coles, and again, just to echo Councillor Jones, I think she was very eloquent in putting forward why it's needed by the local community, and I think it just goes forward to showing that we are serious about regenerating our city in the areas that need it most. So along with Councillor Jones, with the removal of that item, brilliant, we'd love to support it.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor New. I now have Councillor Fielding.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Just saying, firstly, thank you to Mrs Coles for all the effort she's put into this. It's been a mammoth amount of work undertaken, and we've been helping her support that. So, yeah, it's just really supporting what work's been done, and looking forward to the development going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And next, I have Councillor Ferret.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'd like to echo Councillor Fielding there in thanking Nikki for bringing this forward. I know that Nikki is a steadfast campaigner, certainly experienced that when she campaigned on the Shore Start cuts, and I believe brought a petition, or certainly made a deputation here to the Council on those cuts. And I applaud her for the work that she's done on this issue as well. We all know it was a retrograde step. We know why it happened in terms of the massive cuts that the council has suffered. I think when I was leader of the Labour group, we didn't prioritise bringing back public toilets. Consistently, we looked to put that money into bringing back Shore Start, adult social care, because that's the situation we're in because of the monumental cuts that councils have had to face over the last few years. So I do applaud us taking clearly proactive measures here to try and do something about it. And I think what Councillor Ashmore is attempting here is really good. I'd like to see that come to fruition, because as we know over the years, we've had to think outside the box. It's just not just we know we're not going to find the money within the council budgets, or it's going to be very difficult. We're going to have to cut something else. So if we can find it outside, then that's really good. I would just ask, are we going to be looking at doing it more widely? I say that from being in Milton Park a few times this year, particularly on a Sunday, when there's no public toilets available, and that park packed with families, and the community toilets that had been set up, they were closed. So I think we do need to look at that as well, where we have community toilets, making sure that they are open, not least on a Sunday when parks are going to be being used by families.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ferret. I now have Councillor Fuller, please.
Lord Mayor, I'd just like to thank Mrs Cole again for bringing this to us, and members here generally. And what I want to say about this is When it first came along that there was a petition going on, I did receive a couple of emails, not many, saying that they didn't want the toilets there. They were saying that they were beforehand, there were stuff going on them, and people didn't want them. But I reassured them because my ward colleague here, as I said, and I talked to him, and he said to me, and I'll quote at the bottom here, that he's particularly keen to explore the possibility of combined retail kiosk, toilet and a kiosk operator who could oversee the toilets. So if anybody around Fratton is concerned about the, if, and please God, this does happen, that they're concerned that it won't be run properly, I just hope that my ward colleague, as it said there, will have a good operator there and make sure that obviously anything like that is sorted out as quick as possible. So I want to congratulate the Cabinet Member for Environmental Safety for his response, and other members as well.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fuller. I've got Councillor Chowdhury next, please.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Thanks very much to taken this mission by Ms. Cole to the Cabinet. Our community are needed toilet and changing room. This population are gradually increasing in our city. Traffic are gradually increasing in our city. We needed toilet for the public and children in this community. It is very important mission, and I am fully support, and I hope everyone will be support this mission. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Chowdhury. Now have Councillor Vernon Jackson, please.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor, and can I thank both Ms Cole and also Councillor Dave Ashmore for their work on this. It's been a useful debate, and I enjoyed coming from the Fratton Community Centre through the rec as part of the parade, carrying an interesting artwork. I'm not quite sure what it was, but if you dare say that to Anna, I shall never be forgiven. But Lord Mayor, I think we've all agreed this is a useful thing to do. It's actually been a very helpful debate. And I thank particularly Councillor Rob New for this. The price we've been quoted for building the new public loo at College Park is £150,000, which uses up. So well, no, but actually, it's really helpful to hear that there was a quote for something else for 65,000, because if we can go back to that, that means we've got the ability to do two for the price of one. And that will be a really helpful thing that we're able to do. So thank you very much indeed for that very helpful information.
Thank you very much, Councillor Vernon Jackson. I assume this is a point of order. Councillor Jones.
Hopefully a helpful one. The Deputy Leader of the Council was nodding at me to tell you, so I will tell you. It wasn't to build new blocks, it was to buy toilet cubicle units. They work at about 60–65k each. So that's what we were quoted by officers when they looked into it at the beginning of the year. Leave it with you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Jones. Call on Councillor Stubbs, please.
Just a quick one, Lord Mayor. I hope this is something which Councillor Ashmore can address in this summing up. I mean, in the notes you've got here, you're talking about the preferred option being to have toilets as part of a business. Now, obviously, I'm not an expert in the flow of people around the around the Fratton Recreation Ground. But on the face of it, I thought it have a certain scepticism about whether it would be viable to run the business there. If it proves that it isn't, is this something you're saying that if you're unable to do this through a business and you're going to have to pay for this through revenue, is this something that you're committing yourself to doing? And if so, where are you going to find the revenue from? Because there is a lot going on at the moment which amounts to spending council reserves on revenue projects, and that's not going to be sustainable. So what I would really like some further guidance on is how you intend to finance this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stubbs. I think that's Councillor Madden issuing that you'd like to talk.
Oh yes, can I in response? Thank you.
If you're going to make mutt up on the side, you might as well actually talk properly.
The commitment's already been given that the work's going to be done, and we'll get all the proposals that we need to sort it out, but the rec will have its toilet.
Thank you very much, Councillor Madden. Any further speakers? No, in which case I pass it back to Councillor Ashmore to sum up. And can you please confirm that you're happy to succumb to the request to subsume the amendment?
Confused now. All right, yeah, I'm happy to subsume the amendment to that, yes, in the spirit of being harmonious on that. Yeah, I've learned a lot today through that. I didn't expect it to be that much of a debate, but I'm glad we're all on board with it. And I think, to address Luke there, it's exploring the possibility of it. It's not saying that's exactly how it's going to be. You're going to get it as that, like a concession stand. It was just literally just thinking of ways, like, as you say, money's tight. It was just thinking of ways to perhaps reduce the burden of it, you know, whilst we go ahead. But it was just one idea on that. So, you know, we'll be exploring the options. And as I said, we've got costings coming back in a couple of weeks, and I'll be much more able to update members then. But yeah, I'm glad to see we're all on board with it. Everyone was kind of happy with the petition. Everyone was happy praising Mrs. Coles for it, and she did a good job on that. And I'm happy, as I said, my name's on it, so I support that as well. So for TLDR, I think we all want toilets in the rec, and I'm happy to work to get them there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ashmore. We now move to the vote. Those in favour, please. Those opposed? And any abstentions? Again, that's unanimous. Quite a nice record for today so far. We now move on to the next item, which is appointments, which I believe is being dealt with as part of agenda item 11. So it's dealt with. And Councillor Pitt.
Yes, it's just something that may be helpful. I've had 2 texts from people who are watching the live stream saying, could you move your microphone a bit closer because they're struggling to hear you and we wouldn't want them to miss you.
They were saying that when they couldn't hear me. Now they can hear me and they might wish they could. Okay, so those have been dealt with in part of agenda item 11. Item 8, urgent business. I haven't received any notice of urgent decision business for today's meeting, and looking around, no one's waving at me desperately. So item 9, recommendation from the Cabinet meeting held on the 9th of October 2018, Annual Youth Justice Strategic Plan 18-19. Members, a recommendation from the Cabinet meeting which met on 9th of October concerning the Annual Youth Justice Strategic Plan, which has been previously circulated. I now propose to call the minute. If you wish to oppose the item, please indicate. Can I also remind anyone that the item which has not been objected to will have been deemed to have been approved. I call item 41, Annual Youth Justice Strategic Plan. You had your chance, so that is now being carried and approved. We'll now move to the next item of business. I call minute 42, Safer Portsmouth Partnership Plan. Nope, again, carried through. And now we go on to item 11, political balance on committees and panels. A report from the Chief Executive has been previously circulated regarding a review of the political proportionality on committees following a change in the group's strengths upon the Council. In response to recommendations set out in the report, I have received a written proposal from the Leader, which has been circulated in the Chamber on the Green Papers. Could I ask Councillor Vernon Jackson formally to move the proposal?
Lord Mayor, I'm happy to propose them.
Could I now request that the proposal is formally seconded?
Happy to formally second.
Thank you very much. No amendments have come forward, so it's the matters now for members for debate, if need be, or straight to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? Abstentions? That's carried unanimously again. That concludes this item, and we move on to notices of motion. We've already dealt with notices of motion A, so we are now on to notices of motion B, and if I can call on notice motion B, Portsmouth base proposed by Councillor Vernon Jackson, seconded by Councillor Ashmore. Can I ask Councillor Vernon Jackson to speak for 3 minutes on why the question should be debated today? Thank you.
My Lord Mayor, I'd like to speak for less than 3 minutes. Lord Mayor, I think it's an important issue. I hope we debate it today.
Thank you very much. All those in favour of it being debated today, please show. Anyone opposed? Any abstentions? That's carried, so it's now into debate, and you now have 6 minutes to introduce notice of motion, please.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I think one of the very best things that I remember this council doing is working in 2008 when the Naval Base Review came forward, where we were all able to work together to try to make sure that we put forward the case that Portsmouth Naval Base should remain open, and actually that it was the cheapest, the most efficient and the best naval base to run the surface fleet from. That was a really good campaign where we all worked together. We worked together with councils across the area, with the university, with companies and with the news. And that was a hugely successful campaign. I'm very disappointed with the decision that the government has announced in terms of the Type 26 destroyers. These are the new destroyers that are coming forward. An order for 8 has been placed, and my understanding is there won't be more than 8, and they are to replace the ageing frigates that are currently in the fleet. The Type 26s were designed here, and they're designed primarily to be the main anti-submarine warfare capability of the fleet. The carriers are based here, but the carriers are not allowed out on their own. They are too valuable to be sent out on their own, so they're always sent out with a carrier group to protect them, both submarine and also surface ships. So it seems to me entirely logical that the Types 26s, who are designed to work with the carriers and to protect the carriers, should be based here in Portsmouth with the carriers. So I'm very disappointed that the government has announced that they won't be based here. None of them will be based here. All of them will be based in Plymouth. Now, things could get even worse, my Lord Mayor. As I understand it, we've not yet had an announcement about whether work to maintain these frigates will take place. Now, I hope that the government is able to announce that the maintenance work will take place here in Portsmouth, because that protects jobs in the dockyard. When we lost shipbuilding, we were promised by the government that we'd have more work for looking after ships, for doing the maintenance. And I hope the government keep to their word when we lost shipbuilding. My Lord Mayor, there are plans, I understand, for 5 Type 31 frigates, and I hope that those are based here in Portsmouth. But I hope this motion means that we can come together again, as we did in 2008, to work together to try to make sure that we put the case forward to the government, to the Navy, and to the opposition. Governments change over time. That Portsmouth is the most efficient, the cheapest, and the best place to run the surface fleet from, and therefore it is logical and sensible for all the Type 26s to be based here, and to see if we can get the government to change their decision and make sure that they rehome those ships here with us. So, my Lord Mayor, I hope we're able to work together, and I commend this motion to you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Ashmore, do you second this, please?
I have my right to speak.
Thank you very much. Are there any amendments to this motion, please? We've received one so far. Any others? Okay, in which case I believe these have to be proposed first. Yeah, if we have it circulated out first, I think, before you speak to it. Cool. Thank you very much. I now call on Councillor Tom Coles to introduce the amendment, please.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Unfortunately, with respect to getting the Type 26, I think Councillor Vernon Jackson has missed the boat, as the decision, as he mentioned, has already been finalised by the Defence Secretary. Nevertheless, despite the Type 26 being based in Devonport, as Councillor Vernon Jackson mentioned, there is scope to base the maintenance and repair facilities here in Portsmouth, and I think this is what, at this stage, the City Council should be lobbying for. I agree with the Navy's reasoning behind the decision. You do not, from a strategic point of view, put all your eggs in one basket. Basing submarines in Faslane, the NATO group in Plymouth, and the new carriers, the Type 45 destroyers, what remains of the Type 23 fleet and the naval headquarters here in Portsmouth will enable the senior service to remain the world's best Navy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Coles. And I believe, Councillor Chowdhury, you're seconding this.
Yes, Lord Mayor, I do. I'd like to reserve my right to speak if I wish to do so.
Thank you very much, Councillor Chowdhury. So we're now open to debate, and the first speaker I have is walking back to her seat. Yeah, I've got you as the first one signalled. Councillor Jones, please.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. This is obviously a hugely important issue, and something that both myself and Councillor Vernon Jackson since May have been involved with. I was very involved with this Type 26 order consternation over the last couple of years. And in fact, just before the elections this year, we had Gavin Williamson, he was the then relatively new Secretary of State for Defence, down here, and I accompanied him for the afternoon around the dockyard, onto the carrier and through the historic dockyard as well. And I had the opportunity to speak directly with the Secretary of State for Defence about the 26 contract and about the sort of capabilities of Portsmouth. And in particular, one of the really important things is that Portsmouth Naval Base is owned by the Ministry of Defence. However, the naval base in Plymouth is owned by Babcock. It's not owned by the Ministry of Defence, and therefore, in terms of its cost value, it is actually more expensive. Secondly, space. The dockyard in Plymouth is not as big as the dockyard in Portsmouth. And as Councillor Vernon Jackson quite rightly just said, the Type 26, these new highly skilled frigates, some of the best capability in terms of anti-submarine warfare, the best ships in the world at combating submarine warfare, are replacing the Type 23s. And we have 5 Type 23s based in Portsmouth. Now, the decommissioning programme of all of the Type 23s, as I say, 5 of them are Portsmouth based, is going to take up to 2031 or 32 to decommission. But the 5 Portsmouth-based ones are due, I think the last one is due to be decommissioned by 2025 or somewhere thereabouts. Now, at the time that the order was placed and the like-for-like replacement programme was mentioned, we also were told that the Type 31s, which would be a more general-purpose frigate, would be replacing like-for-like each of the ships as they were decommissioned. As of yet, whilst there's been much talk about the Type 31s, no order has actually been placed. And I would like to think that if this motion is passed today, we can really be pushing the government in that letter that the political leaders of this city will sign and send to the Secretary of State to really push for those 31s, because the tonnage of ship in your dockyard is key to the longevity. And following the last big strategic defence review in 2013, which Councillor Vernon Jackson was heavily involved in as the then leader of the council, actually it may have been 2012. But the point is that your capability, your space and your tonnage is important. And now we do have the carriers here. One thing that the Ministry of Defence can be sure of is that Portsmouth Naval Base should be safe going into the next strategic defence review, because no other naval base in the United Kingdom can take the capability of those carriers. Moving forward, I think the campaign, as well as pushing for the Type 31 frigates to be coming to Portsmouth and to be base ported here, we need to really be pushing around the maintenance contract. Now, that contract is not due to be signed for probably 6 or 7 years from now. But it's right and proper that Portsmouth puts a stake on that, because it's in fact the maintenance and repairs contract of these Type 26s and 31s when they are in circulation that will actually bring the skills, the job, and really to help the dockyard sustainability in Portsmouth long term. Finally, I would like members of the City Council to join in my campaign to have one of the Type 26s named HMS Portsmouth. Since this motion was laid down, literally a couple of days after the deadline for motions being submitted at Conservative Party conference, it was confirmed the Type 26s were going to Plymouth in their entirety. I still don't think we should give up hope, but I actually do believe we should push very strongly for an HMS Portsmouth. The 3 Type 26s that have been named so far are all named after cities, and in fact HMS Birmingham was confirmed as the newest named Type 26 at Conservative Party conference by the Secretary of State. Britain should be rightly proud of its capability. The Australians have recently placed an order to build some of our Type 26s themselves. That is taking skilled people from around the world, particularly British people, over to Australia to work on those contracts. So it's Britain yet again helping countries and other navies around the world. There has been an HMS Portsmouth previously, back in the mid-1600s, and it was actually a frigate, so it does lend itself very well. It had a slightly fateful demise, that ship, but nonetheless, this is an opportunity for us to have a brand new, top-of-its-range frigate named HMS Portsmouth, which will be a lasting legacy and recognition of the work that we have done here to support global security, particularly from a naval perspective.
Thank you very much, Councillor Jones. I now have Councillor New, please.
Joined by another. Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm happy to support this, actually. So I think it makes sense. I suspect that the original motion was written before the announcement was made. So, yeah, it's a given. And I think, actually, what Councillor Vernon Jackson said is quite right. It's nice when there is a real consensus across the chamber, as there was previously around this. I think we've all got friends and family that work in the naval base. Councillor Ferret's talked before about the merits and the requirements that the dependents on the supply chains that goes in and out of the dockyard. And I think that's important. And I think it was a great shame to hear the announcement that it was going to Plymouth. No doubt there was some form of political posturing there from he who shouts the loudest, but, you know, what do I know? But I would also just like to say, in terms of there being consensus, I think one of the things that we can be proud of as a city is certainly that my Member of Parliament, the Right Honourable Penny Mordaunt, her maiden speech, in fact, actually contained the Type 26 frigates and about her concerns specifically with regards to the capacity of the Royal Navy and about how we shouldn't water down our defence capacity. And it is a shame, really, I suppose, to see that there have been, certainly over recent times, there have been people trying to make political hay out of this, when actually what we need to do is think about the longevity of the dockyard, which Councillor Jones has spoken about, and also what Councillor Ferret has spoken about, and that's people's real jobs and lives that depend on it. So happy to support this. I think it makes complete sense. We're looking at the long-term future, as Councillor Jones pointed out, with regards to when that maintenance contract will be announced and signed. And I think that we do have to come together and do all that we can as a city united cross-party to support that, and call on our members of Parliament as well, not just in Portsmouth, but in all the surrounding areas as well, Gosport, Fareham and Havant, that obviously all of that feeds in. All of us have family that work there and are affected by it.
Thank you very much, Councillor New. I now call on Councillor Winnington, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Obviously, this motion is really important, and though I wasn't on the council back in 2008, I do remember how the city pulled together across all parties, including the party at government at the time, which was Labour, and supported the dockyards staying open. I don't know how many of you are aware of how close especially weren't on the council at the time, how close the city was to losing the dockyards, because there was a real push at the time for Portsmouth to lose that, and it was only by the work of all parties on the council which made sure that the dockyard stayed open, and also obviously the local media, local news as well, which was fantastic work. I'm a little bit disappointed then about the amendment, I have to say, because this kind of shrug shoulders, oh, I can't do anything. Well, I'm sorry, the frigates aren't built yet. They should be based here. It is a case of, we are talking about carrier groups. To have a situation whereby your support vessels for your carriers not being in the same place just makes no sense to me, especially in an uncertain world. What you need to have is a responsive navy, and a navy that can change things at a moment's notice. Absolutely, the maintenance side of it is really important as well. But if you have things based here, you would almost certainly expect the maintenance to be here, especially with the facilities we've got. Whereas, as has been mentioned, as Plymouth is a smaller naval base, they don't have the kind of facilities we do here. But at the same time, if you've got Type 26 frigates based in Plymouth, then there is a certain logic that they would have their maintenance there as well, which quite frankly is a bit concerning. So I think we have to push for the Type 26 frigates to be based here. This has been a campaign which has been ongoing both under the previous administration and under this administration as well, to actually have all the surface fleet based in the city. Of course, one of the other things we have to remember is that all the ships that are based in Portsmouth have an arrangement with the city, so we are sort of twin with them, which is a wonderful thing, which has been going for the last sort of 5 or 6 years, and that was a real innovation, and having that real link with all those ships. And obviously, from the point of view of myself as a ward councillor, together with Councillor Jenny Brent and Councillor Luke Stubbs, and also the Hilsey councillors, Councillor Jones, Councillor Painter-Harris and Councillor Jonas, where we have large parts of naval housing there. Of course, they are our community and our people, our people there, who serve on the frigates currently based in Portsmouth and will serve on the Type 26, which of course may not be in this city. So we should really, it's not just about the ships, it's about the people as well. It's about the service families. This is our home, this is their home, and we welcome them into our communities. They are part of our community. So we should really fight with every fibre of our being until we can fight no more to have the Type 26s and the Type 31s based in Portsmouth. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Winnington. I now call on Councillor Ferret, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Firstly, I have to address the issue about 2008. I think that's become the stuff of myth in terms of what was being proposed by the government at the time. People will know I was a trade union official representing people in a naval base at the time, also obviously at that time a local Labour Party activist, and can remember having those meetings with Labour Party ministers, not least defence ministers, and being told that that was never going to be an issue. Clearly there was a paper at the time that suggested you could get all of the fleet into one naval base, and there was a proposal, or there was a suggestion you could do that and put everything in Faslane. Never credible. At that time we were talking about bringing shipbuilding and building the carriers in the naval base. Those were the conversations that were going on at the time. I recognise why Councillor Vernon Jackson likes to propagate that myth, and I recognise why at the time he fought that particular campaign. He's good at doing that. He's good at making politics out of issues like that, rather than dealing with the actual issue there and the reality of it. Nevertheless, Councillor Vernon Jackson has consistently spoken up for Portsmouth, and that's our job. Our job here is not to be speaking up for Plymouth and not to be speaking up for Rosyth. Our job here is to speak up for Portsmouth. And clearly we should be arguing to have those ships based here. We should be going down that road. It is not credible, as Councillor Winnington has said, it is not credible to base those ships in Plymouth and then talk about doing the maintenance here. Clearly there will have to be a negotiation, but our stance has to be basing those ships in Portsmouth and getting as much work as we can for Portsmouth. And we all remember what happened with the closure of shipbuilding, that we didn't have that support here in Portsmouth from both of our MPs, and we didn't have support from the political parties. And that's why I'm astonished by Labour's amendment and Labour's failure. Why can they not speak up and say, this is what we want for Portsmouth? It's perfectly understandable that people speak up for their own city. That's what people expect from their MP. Why is their MP not supporting, or my MP not supporting, having those ships here in Portsmouth and is prepared to support those ships in Plymouth? That is not a good look. People in Plymouth must be, I almost used the word, but laughing themselves silly about what's going on and Portsmouth's stance on this. Plymouth is overloaded with work at the moment. People are having to go to work in Plymouth from places like Rosyth where there isn't the work. And Plymouth have a lot of long-term work built around the nuclear submarines and other assets. So there has to be work sharing, but our stance has to be that we want those ships here in Portsmouth. That we've lost shipbuilding. I'm proud to stand here and defend the last Labour government, unlike a lot of people in today's Labour Party. We invested hundreds of millions of pounds in that naval base to build ships, to build those carriers. That has gone, and it's not coming back. And we lost thousands of jobs as a result. And we cannot afford to put ourselves in that position again. So the stance has to be that we want those ships based here, no equivocation. We want our MPs to go into Parliament and argue that case. Not argue Plymouth's case, argue Portsmouth's case.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ferret. I now call on Councillor Chowdhury.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Since long time, campaign and lobby for the naval base to base in Portsmouth, but despite that, they moved to Plymouth by government. The majority decision have power to make by government. Now only we have one option, and I hope cabinet members strongly make petition and campaign and lobby for the maintenance works should be based in Portsmouth. It is naval-based city, and all of us should support the motion and encourage the government to agree to keep maintenance for the 26 at Portsmouth. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Chowdhury. I now call on Councillor Weems, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Lord Mayor. The point I wish to make, I think, was fairly brief. Certainly, in this chamber, we recognise that governments of all parties make decisions regarding the Royal Navy that we wish they rather hadn't done or wouldn't do. And we in this chamber have usually and consistently supported the opposition to proposals that damage this city across party in this chamber. And I think that's right and to be welcomed. But I think the point I wish to make is that on the last occasion in 2008, we didn't make a case that was us versus them. It wasn't Portsmouth versus Plymouth versus Rosyth. We argued the case that said, this is what's right for the country, this is what's good for the country, and this is why we think it would be better if you, the government, made this decision in this particular way. And I think that's exactly the case we should be arguing now. I have some sympathy with the argument which says, you know, if the Type 26s are being based at Plymouth, does it make sense to have them serviced and maintained here? I don't think it does. From an operational point of view, I'm sure the Navy would think the same. And I think those are the sort of things we need to think about. And we should also think about, you know, what the capacity is at Plymouth, what the capacity is here, what the capacity is at Rosyth. And those are the arguments we should be making. And we can argue the case for Portsmouth, but we should recognise that there is a broader and greater issue that we need to address at the same time. So I think, Lord Mayor, you know, as has been said, decision may have already been made. Doesn't mean to say we can't make representation. I'm happy with supporting either the motion or the amendment, to be blunt, but I think the issues that haven't been addressed are the very points I've made to you today. And I hope that those in administration and elsewhere will take on board those points and address those as time progresses. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Weems. I've got no one else signalled to speak, therefore I call on Councillor Vernon-Jackson if you'd like to sum up, and also if he wants to state if he's going to assume the amendment or not. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It has been an interesting discussion, but one I have to say I'm disappointed in. I think I view our job as speaking up for Portsmouth. That's what we're elected to do. Our job is to try to make sure that we make the best for the city in all circumstances. And if we don't do it, who would? So I think we have to stand together to always speak up for what we think are in the best interests of the people of the city of Portsmouth. I put this notice of motion in before the announcement came out from the Secretary of State. I wrote to the Secretary of State to say exactly this as well. And I don't think this needs to be seen as a final decision about the Type 26s being based in Plymouth. They're not built yet. And I think there is a long time for us to be able to have a debate and to bring pressure and to put our case to ministers and the opposition saying why they should be based here in Portsmouth. And it is an economic argument because we know Portsmouth is cheaper and better for running surface ships from. So it's good for the Navy, it's good for the national finances. We also know it's good for the families. We know that 50% of naval families buy their own homes. And people who are in subs now know that they are always based in Scotland, so they've got stability for their families. If people working in the frigates and destroyers and the carriers know that Portsmouth is their home, and that's their specialism, they've got the ability to put down decent routes here to bring up kids, and that makes a huge difference when loved ones are on deployment, often for long periods. I was talking to somebody last week, been on deployment for 10 months away from home. So I think we should be fighting together on this. And I have to say I am deeply disappointed by the Labour amendment. Deeply disappointed. It shows to me a huge lack of ambition for this city. Why should we be running up the white flag of defeat and saying to the Navy, saying to the government, saying to opposition spokespersons, yes, we're fine for them to go to Plymouth. They're not even built, but it's fine for them to go here. That's not my vision of what we should be doing here at this council. We need to be ambitious for this city and everything that goes on in here. The lack of ambition in this motion is rather like the head teachers who used to try to explain to me, oh, our kids don't do very well because they come from deprived communities. That's not acceptable here in this city, because every child should be able to excel. And for this proposal, the amendment, to come up and say, we're going to accept defeat. We're not going to be there to stand up for the people of the city of Portsmouth. We're not going to, we're going to accept defeat. We're going to accept that these ships will never be based here, is such a terrible message. Such a terrible message. And I do plead with the Labour Party. I absolutely agree with you. Fighting for the maintenance is absolutely the right thing. But surrendering on basing the ships here is just not the right thing to do. I plead with you to even at this last minute, to remove your amendment so that we can all work together. I can't possibly accept this, because this says we have no ambition for this city, and I won't do that. We have to be ambitious for everything in this city, and I plead with you, please to withdraw it now so that we can all work together. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Vernon Jackson. So we now have to go vote on the amendment first. So the amendment has been put forward by Labour. Can I see all those in favour of it?
For, Lord Mayor.
And all those opposed? And any abstentions?
2.
3.
You're back to the original.
Okay.
The original motion.
Back to the original motion. Can I see all those in favour of it, please? Any objection? Any abstentions? Again, that's unanimous. Thank you much. That concludes this motion. Moving on to next motion C. Motion C, care leavers council tax exemption, proposed by Councillor Morgan and seconded by Councillor Fielding. As the proposer is not present in accordance with Standing Order 33, it cannot be moved today. However, I understand that the council leader wishes to make a short statement on this matter.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. As you say, that it can't be proposed, can't move forward today as the proposer is not here, but I'm happy to make an undertaking that this issue will come to Cabinet. We'll look at. I think it's slightly more complicated than the motion says, but this will definitely be coming to Cabinet. Thank you.
Thank you much. That concludes that item, and moving on to the next item, motion D. Bus route changes proposed by Councillor Stubbs and seconded by Robert New. Councillor Stubbs now has up to 3 minutes to persuade us to vote to discuss this today. Councillor Stubbs, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Are we going to go to the debate on this one? Then I will waive my 3 minutes.
To vote to those that wish to debate it now, I think you're showing it to do. So now you have 6 minutes, Councillor Stubbs, to open up the debate, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I mean, we've been talking, if you look along the list of motions here, a lot of the things we've got on this agenda are really quite sort of, they're big issues. So you've got relationships with China, you've got the naval base, you've got universal credit, you've got some major issues on here. And in some ways, talking about bus route changes feels quite small bore in comparison. But it is actually very important, because if you use a bus service regularly to get from A to B, that route is withdrawn, and that is a major problem and a major difficulty in your life. And you can't just assume, well, maybe you could walk that extra bit to another service, or maybe you could go at another time. Life doesn't always work out like that. Now, we had in the deputations Mr. Atwell outlining some of the difficulties that people in Old Portsmouth have been experiencing, and I think that's in some ways the most important thing. It's not the specifics of that, but simply that it's a matter of widespread concern. And, I share that. I mean, I've had people speak to me in my ward in East and South Sea, covering some of the changes that there have been. Also, actually, on that same bus that Mr. Atwell mentioned, going in the other direction, people wanting to get access to the cathedral, for an example. Also, in the eastern part of Eastney, the 4 o'clock doesn't run during term time, so you have a gap between 3 o'clock and 5 o'clock, because first bus take that service off in order to use it for a school run. Now, they are of course entitled to do that. They are a commercial organisation, but it does have an impact on people's lives. Some years ago, first bus used to run a passenger forum, and I think they must have been withdrawn about 5 or 6 years ago, I would think. And I used to be on that, and that was an opportunity that at least I had to talk directly to representatives of the bus companies. If I wanted, there were changes like this, it was at the very least an opportunity to raise things face to face. Now, that's gone, and so it's pretty difficult for me to make these points directly to them. I have written to the bus company on behalf of my residents, but I think that really as a local authority, the correct path for making a response over these changes is through the relevant cabinet member, who is in a position to have face-to-face meetings. I think that it's not just me who has concerns about route changes. I'm sure members from across this council have things which affect their locality, or maybe journeys they make themselves. And really what I'm asking for, and I hope I'm going to get, is simply acceptance that we can all make our points to the relevant cabinet member, who can try to do the best that she can to mitigate some of those. I appreciate the difficulties on that, but this is an important issue, and I hope that we can make some progress.
Thank you much, Councillor Stubbs. And is that formally seconded? Councillor New.
Listen, I reserve my right to speak in the debate.
Thank you much. We've got two amendments put forward so far. Any more amendments coming forward? No, in which case, are you happy for them to both be circulated before we speak on them? Yeah, thank you. you want to say that again when I know your microphone's on?
Sorry. Just for members' information, I'm happy to accept both of the amendments.
Okay, Councillor Sanders, since you submitted yours first, you get to propose it, and I'll press your button.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you, Luke, for accepting both amendments. My apologies to rain on your parade ever so slightly about the withdrawal of the number, the so-called withdrawal of the 4 p.m. bus and the number 15, but I welcome a repenting sinner in terms of someone who believes that, rightly, as we've just done in a slightly more important matter of the naval base, that we actually should debate things that might be outside of our control but are important for the people of this city. I am also someone who has already lobbied the Cabinet Member for Traffic and Transportation more than once. I have to say, around buses. In fact, I think she's got bored with it already. Now, the reason I wish to rain slightly on Luke's parade is that although he mentioned around in term times, and that's absolutely true, there is actually a 4 o'clock bus on that route, number 15. I have the Saturday bus timetable here, which says it starts at Fort Cumberland at 4 o'clock, and it gets to the city centre by 27 minutes past 4. So I have a feeling that we just need to be a bit more correct about it, but it also gives us an opportunity to look at other parts of the city that were not in the amendment that are in slightly more crisis than the two that currently have. And the first one is the ward that is the bus that probably affects my ward the most, which is the number 13 and the number 14. Now, over the last few years, the Baffins and North Milton areas have seen a significant decline in buses. We remember back in 2010 when First Bus wanted to get rid of the 19, a service we subsidised. And thanks to thousands of local people led by Councillor Stagg, we were able to return that service. Then a few years ago, the 19 again was removed by First from certain roads because simply the buses they had couldn't get round the roads and accommodate people with physical disabilities at the same time. That was highly frustrating. That led 2,000 people to have no bus. Their replacement was Dynamite, but we won't go there. The next bit was then the changes around the 13 and the 14, which again removed another 2,000 people, this time on Hayling Avenue and the roads off Hayling Avenue, from having a bus. And the alternative was taxis and cars, which is something in a city which is facing a major air pollution and congestion crisis. Cutting buses is not brainy, as Luke has already identified. And then we came to the cut the Conservative administration made in terms of subsidy to the 19 bus, which has been strangely enough blamed on me, even though I don't think I was a Conservative at the time. But strangely, that is very sad, but that also deprives several thousand people of bus routes. And so the removal of the Sunday 13 and 14 service, not just from Baffins, but from North Milton and also from large parts of Fratton as well, is a real shame. And I think we need to work creatively and proactively to make sure that we can bring that service back. That is why I'm delighted that Councillor Stubbs has been able to accept this amendment today, and I hope that we can go forward in a sense of unity and working together to try and persuade First Bus of the error of their ways, just as we've been able to reverse the lack of a bus service to the Hayling Ferry, and that reversal is already helping the ferry, I understand, and I would like to thank Councillor Stagg, Councillor Winnington and colleagues in Havant for their ability in bringing that back. It does show that First can change its mind with a little bit of imagination. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Sanders. Do you formally second this, Councillor Smith, please? And are you reserving your right to speak later? Thank you. And now, Councillor Madden, if you'd like to propose your amendment, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Could I thank Councillor Stubbs, firstly for his notice of motion, but also for accepting the amendment to it. I'm not surprised he's done so, because it's a sensible amendment. But nevertheless, a lot of this arises because of the austerity that we've been through over the years, and it is a concern, clearly, to people that we've seen across the country. Bus routes and subsidised bus routes been taken away. And because it's, at the end of the day, we do have councils having to decide what the best way forward is. Interestingly, Councillor Sanders talked about particular routes in his ward. But I think the 17 actually is a much more difficult one to explain why it's been taken away. what bus services are supposed to do, and there's all the environmental issues related to it, aren't there? But what it's supposed to do is to go to sort of remote communities and make sure that people there, not older people, vulnerable people, but all sorts of people can actually use a bus to get somewhere. We have seen, of course, the national picture is one where we've seen passengers decline and fares decline, passengers paying fares decline over the years. But we've also seen in the last 10 years a 55% hike in the bus fares themselves. The result of the withdrawal on the 3rd of September, as we said in the notice of motion, all of them clearly withdrawn that day, but we were hit with this particular one, has left people in what they described to me as an oasis, if you like, the Tipner itself and North Stamshire, left without a service. And it's the only service they had. There are other services. I live in North End, so I can go into North End or I can go around to Gladys Avenue and get a different service. But the people up in Tipner particularly had this service taken away. And this service, and particularly for elderly people, and I can't describe to you, I can't leave the house now without people coming to me talking about the number 17 bus and people crying. And I've had phone calls about it, and I've had emails, I've met people. I'm going to see a group of disabled people tomorrow about it. But it was heartless, I think, of First Bus doing what they did, not giving enough consultation and not giving a reasonable explanation, and not even to suggestion to people, because I think the chief operator refused to do a public meeting, and not giving people the reasons why they do it, and local people coming up with solutions. Now, clearly people would like to see that service run by somebody reinstated. Of course, deregulation means that, you know, we're handicapped in trying to do that in our way. But also, any service would do. So we wouldn't even ask, when the cabinet members negotiating, but I've already said this many a time, that the service that existed come back. It was 2 buses an hour. But look where it went. So it went to North End shops, it took kids to local schools, but it took people to St Mary's Hospital. And I think that's what people are concerned about, that, you know, that there isn't a bus service to get there. We are concerned about it clearly. We hope and we fully support whatever the cabinet member is doing to try to get it back. But if not, I think we have to do something as a council for the people, particularly in Tipner and North Stamshire. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Madden. Councillor Sackley, do you formally second that?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, indeed, Lord Mayor, and I reserve my right to speak in a moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we open up to debate, and the first speaker I have listed is Councillor Weems.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Listened with interest to the debate, and certainly Mr Atwell earlier today, and colleagues around the chamber, and he spoke of in the elderly population in their wards being unable to get to places. And I think genuinely it is something we will need to address, because clearly we know the population as a whole is getting older, and at the age 75 they have to start renewing their driving licences, and at some point they do give up their driving licences and still need to get about. So we do need to consider this issue, and when I saw this notice of motion on the order paper, I thought, jolly good, I'll have a word with the Member for Traffic and Transportation in due course, and I'm only slightly annoyed that other colleagues have submitted amendments saying they want this route or that route. I'm probably annoyed mostly because I didn't do it the same for the one I have in mind. And I will mention it just because, in case Mrs. Jill Irish is watching, certainly the number 7 route that brings people from Southsea up the London Road up towards Purbrook. She lives close by the George, and she can't get home on a direct bus route from the shops in Southsea. And if we want the shops in Southsea to succeed, then we have to think about things like that, and they're important. She might be able to change in places, but a little like Mr. Attrell said, if you have learning difficulties or you're elderly, it's not always easy to make those changes. And if the buses are mistimed, or one's delayed, the others early, whatever, you miss your connection and then you're stranded. And so I think it's important and right that we should all go to let the Member for Traffic and Transportation know of the concerns we have for the routes that our residents are concerned about, because, like Mr Atwell said, the residents of Old Portsmouth, and as councillors in this chamber will know, there is an older population there, and there is an older population in Drayton and Farlington too. And it would be wrong of me not to stand up for them and say exactly those same words. And so I do, and I thank my colleague Councillor Stubbs for bringing this here, because it's right that we should consider it, and I hope members will support. And I'm happy to support the amendments, because I suspect we all have amendments we all wish we would have brought.
Thank you very much, Councillor Weems. I now call on Councillor Rob Wood.
Thank you, thank you, Lord Mayor. First of all, I just want to thank Mr. Chris Atwell for bringing up the points. I mean, about Old Portsmouth, because clearly in Old Portsmouth, I've never had so much correspondence or walked out my door, as my colleagues here have said, and been tackled by people about the buses. I mean, this is now such a big momentum thing going on within Old Portsmouth, and certainly elsewhere in the city. I think it's quite important that we do something about it. I did meet with Mark Reddy, the Managing Director, on last Friday, and brought him some points. I brought him the point that there are no direct links to Southsea for the GPs, food shopping, etc. There's no links to the Anglican, excuse me, Anglican Cathedral. The buses that they put forward as links either go to Clarence Pier or they're very convoluted to go anywhere. And one of the most important things that I thought was very important that people have picked up is the age profile of people in Old Portsmouth. Now, I know in Old Portsmouth they are mostly elderly people and they can't get around easily. And I think this is very important to say how these people have been in some way isolated as far as transport links are concerned. Mark Reddy had a look at these, and it boiled down to the fact that he said it was a commercial consideration. He did put forward a few ideas, which I've passed back to my colleague, Lynn Stagg, who already knew about these and is considering, and probably will say a bit more about what is being considered, etc. Now, at this time, what I would say is I think it's very important that in the city, where we are seen as strategically looking after the transport links, even though it isn't ours to do it and it is a commercial concern, that we do get involved heavily to protect the rights of residents across the city, because at the end of the day, how can it be that a city like Portsmouth has such a poor record on transport links for when we're trying to promote the idea of getting out of your car, and we're trying to promote the idea of not polluting the atmosphere, and yet we strategically need to get to grips with supposedly commercial partners in the city to make sure that they follow through with what we're trying to do. So, Lord Mayor, I would commend that we should get on with it and do something about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wood. I now call Councillor Ferret, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The deputation from Mr. Atwell was very good. And he focused on elderly people within his ward and the difficulties they have, and the disproportionate reliance that elderly people do have in terms of bus usage. I can only say these issues are increased tenfold if you're looking at my ward in Portsgrove, where we have some of the poorest people in our city living, and are relatively, certainly amongst people living in social housing and reliant on benefit, a very low level of car ownership. Anyone that's been to Portsgrove will know it's very difficult to walk even short distances if you have any sort of physical incapacity or you're an elderly person. And people are cut off in that community as a result of the infrequency of buses. It's a national disgrace that what has happened to the bus service, not just in this city, but in this country. We have a train, and people talk about the inadequacies of the train service, and I know from using it, they're well justified in doing so. But a train still receive billions of pounds as subsidy, yet the buses are run on a commercial basis, and the subsidies that have been provided by local authorities have been cut back almost to nothing at all. Along with parking, buses is probably the number one issue that we talk about at Paulsgrove Residents Association every month, and we invite the buses along, or the bus company along, on a regular basis to the residents' meeting. We have a huge turnout at that meeting, and people do vent their frustration at the bus company, and I have to commend the representatives that turn up from First Bus who deal with it with patience, and they're receiving terrific number of complaints, but they do their best to address them. But ultimately it comes down to money, and it comes down to funding, and they will come back with the answer that these are commercial decisions and the buses have to be run on a commercial basis, and there aren't the subsidies available. So until we address that particular issue, we can all talk about particular services in our ward, but the issue here is the chronic underfunding of public transport. So I'm all for us that the motion talks about us talking to First Bus to address some of the issues identified. Like I say, we are doing that in Paulsgrove, at least on a quarterly basis with First Bus. I won't say we don't get any changes. There are some amendments that may be made, but nevertheless, it's a great frustration without the extra money. So the key is going to be investment, and I don't see any indication that we're going to have more money going into public transport in this city. But ultimately, that's something that we're going to have to do, and we're going to have to look at getting people out of their cars, using public transport, making public transport available and affordable, and that is going to take some big decisions around pollution taxes and congestion taxes. Until we grasp those particular issues, then I can't see how we're going to resolve the problem.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ferret. I now call on Councillor Robert New, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I agree with most of the points that have been raised, but one of the things I thought was quite interesting is Councillor Sanders quite rightly raised about the use of public transport, and it was announced today, in fact, it was on the news cycle this morning on the BBC, that some of the buses in Glasgow have finally caught up with the buses that we've got here in Portsmouth in terms of having contactless USB charging to invite on different demographics, etc. And one thing I would say for the city, as a bus user myself on occasion, to take the dog around, is they're pretty goddamn good on the main thoroughfares, though, and this is where the problem lies. And like another member said, I think it was Councillor Madden said, probably the number 17 bus is the single issue that I've ever had the most amount of casework on, and I know that residents feel strongly about this. And I think quite rightly so as well, as Councillor Lyon has been working with me, because we received the petition along with other members here and Councillor Stagg from residents who are rightly concerned right away from across Stampshire, Tipner, Copner and further afield where the number 17 specifically finishes. And so I can completely understand everyone's position on why they're fighting for their own services, but this for me seems to be one of the services that seems to be most affected. And what was really interesting is the response from First Bus. Not only was it simple, and Councillor Ferret's quite right, it is all about figures, but it showed that the user figures for it was actually quite good. So it wasn't like it was actually being needing to be subsidised massively. And so I was quite surprised by that, because I expected it as one of the bus services that kind of essentially crisscrosses and down the city through across those different areas. That's probably what the case would be. So I was quite surprised to see that the figures of usage was quite high. And then also, upon further investigation and back and forth, I was further, unsurprised to see that this problem seems to be Hampshire-wide as well, and that Portsmouth is not alone. But I think it does come back to the central point, and I'm a real champion at the moment of trying to preach at people. The buses are good. We do need to use them. So if the buses are trying to say, it's about commercial viability, then we've got to do something to get people onto the buses. Now, I'm not necessarily advocating that we need to spend taxpayers' money in terms of propping up bus routes, but I think we do need to do something in terms of promoting the benefits of our bus services here. And certainly, again, as I say, on the main routes, they're very reliable, they're very quick, and they're very affordable. And I think that's the only way that we can then look to save, other than directly subsidising the smaller routes, in order to have our cake and eat it on this. And I think it's very difficult, but I think that's something that perhaps as a local authority we could look to do. And also, just to say, I do feel sorry for Councillor Stagg having to go in to negotiate with them. Perhaps you will take some of your head teacher steeliness with you and don't let them get away with this.
Thank you very much, Councillor New. Got Councillor Lyon, who seems to have had trouble pressing his button, but you have been waving at me for a long time. No, I have to turn it on for you.
When I was trying to attract your attention earlier, you were otherwise occupied, so I didn't know whether I had caught anyone's eye, so I apologise. I would like to support the amendment in the name of the other two councillors in my ward, and the reason for that, of course, is that the number 17 bus has been a lifeline to a lot of people in the northern part of my ward. And what I find very interesting is we're looking at this, I think, from a superficial point of view, which is to say, isn't it a shame they're going to be closed? I want to go to the bus companies and saying, what are you doing with the money you're getting from Portsmouth? Because ultimately, one of their arguments is that the number 17 bus only has 50 people on it on average per day. That is simply not true. It is. I mean, it's quite clear from the petition and various other things that we are being sold a pup, and we need to turn around to the first bus company and say you are enjoying a privilege which is being granted by the council, which is effectively not to have any competition. You are being subsidised in certain routes that we think are important, and that may be an argument in itself between councillors to which routes we think are more important than others, and that may also have something to do with the wards that we represent. But clearly, this is a bus route, just take an example, that goes along Chichester Road and down Tipner, and their argument is there isn't enough custom for it. But they're going to try and, well, they have pulled it completely. Why not say, well, the new route that you've put in, call a 17A and go the route you want it to, and have a 17B that goes every hour, and on the half hour you're doing one route, and on the other half hour you're doing the route that was there originally. And I think, although they might complain, our residents would understand, if there were a commercial reason, that the bus company is rationalising or whatever it calls it. But I have no faith at all, because I haven't seen any figures, and I doubt they've provided them in any form that would satisfy a forensic accountant, as to where they get this idea that they're making losses on a route. I mean, after all, if they are getting people on freedom passes or not paying because for whatever reason, they are able to reclaim that money. Again, because we don't have a good way of accounting for it, and there isn't a sensible means of ensuring there isn't any kind of fraud involved, and I'm not accusing anyone of it, but it is certainly clear that there is scope for that kind of activity within a monopoly that decides it doesn't want to run buses in particular ways. When our residents need those buses, clearly there has to be a strategy with a private company like this, and to say, you have a choice. You can operate in our city under these terms, and you get some subsidy for this and that. We're not going to make them go bankrupt, but I'm pretty certain that their commercial argument is flaky, if not flimsy, and we as a council need to be firm about this, because it has disrupted a number of our ward's residents, and it has been done almost rubber stamped, as though we haven't argued back to say how come, which is why I'd like to thank Councillor Stagg for having given us notice of what was going on and included us in some of the discussions that have happened. But again, it just demonstrates a hopelessness and helplessness that we as councillors should not have in this position. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lyon. For anyone who does seem to be confused out there with the buttons, if you press it and the light goes green, that means you're queued. please don't press it again because it then removes you from the queue. So there's been a little bit of confusion from a few people. Okay, moving on, can I call Councillor Stagg, please?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I share everybody's concerns. I was frustrated, to put it mildly, angry, to put it a bit stronger when I saw the proposed cuts. I contacted Mark Reddy straight away and got the information that, as some of you have already said, there were not enough passengers. And he quoted me. Now, you may be right, Councillor Lyons, I don't know, but I know that when you get on a bus, every time you take a ticket, or you use your concessionary pass, I know because I use mine, it's logged, so it's on computers. So I don't know to what extent they can manipulate that. And on the 17, for example, the number, and he did say this is not necessarily, this is a guesstimate because a lot of people using the 17 between Tipner and St Mary's are concessionary pass holders, and that records them getting on the bus, but it doesn't record them getting off. So they don't know the details of what's in between. And it's around about 14,000 passengers per year, which works out at less than 50 a day, just under 50 a day, which with 28, well, you can shake your head, I'm just giving you the information I was given, which if you work it out with 28 buses at half-hourly intervals per day, it's two passengers on average per journey. Now, I happen to live quite close to the new route of the 17, because it goes along to Ocean Park, and I have, up to date, counted 13 buses on that route. On 2 of those buses, there were 3 passengers. On 2 more of those buses, there were 2 passengers. And on 1 bus, there was 1. And all the rest have had no passengers on there. So whether that route is not being particularly successful, but certainly there isn't the take-up that, you know, it would be nice to see. And I'm not defending the bus companies here, but it costs as much to run a bus with 2 passengers as it does to run a bus with 50. And they are not a charity. And I'm not, as I say, I'm not saying for 1 minute that I'm holding what they say. And I think you're right, Councillor New, we've got to encourage people to use the buses more often. Portsmouth is one of the lowest passenger take-ups of buses in the south. And I'll give you the figures. And I've got these from a variety of sources, so they're quite accurate. Portsmouth has, on average, each resident uses the bus 51 times a year. Southampton, 84 times a year. Reading, 131 times a year. And Brighton, 172 times a year. So we are way, way down in the use of buses. And I know partly it's because our bus fares are a bit more expensive than others, because quite a few of our buses have to come from Fareham, so you're paying double distance. You've got to pay for the buses to come from Fareham into Portsmouth, plus the driver's time, so they're a bit more expensive. So, you know, there's possibly that excuse. But also, we are welded to our cars in Portsmouth. Let's face it, it's a major uphill struggle to get people to come out of their cars. And that's one of the things I desperately want to see happening, people coming out of their cars. For the reasons that some people have already given, we have congestion problems, and it's at all times of day. I was taking my dog for a walk this morning, and I left the house at 10 past 7, and it took me 25 minutes to get to Hillsey Lines, which is normally around about a 7-minute journey. And that's at that time in the morning. It wasn't even the busy time. Coming back, it was even worse. And this is right across the city, and it's not just in this city, it's in other cities as well. Plus, we have to reduce our air pollution. And the only way to do that, well, it's not the only way, but one of the major ways is to take a lot of the cars off the roads. So we have to persuade people. But anyway, let me tell you what I've done up until now. I contacted Mark Reddy. He said there was no way that they could change it. I went back to him and asked him, what about if we subsidise, how much would it cost? He quoted me £150,000 per year for the 17. All right, that's just the 17, that's without the old Portsmouth bus and the number 13. The quote for the number 13 for a Sunday was, I think, £26,000. There isn't that much money in transport. It's all allocated to various things, and as in danger of going over the budget. A few residents contacted me and suggested even if we had an off-peak service. So I contacted Mark Reddy and said, what about an off-peak service? So he came back to me with some subsidies. So for the 3 buses. So the 2 off-peak services for the 17 and the old Portsmouth bus, plus the Sunday service back on the number 13, because otherwise Baffins has no service at all on the Sunday. And he quoted me just over 80,000 for the 3 from Monday to Friday, and just over 90,000 for Saturday included. Now, I looked at, pleadingly at our 151 officer to say, please, can you find us some money? Because that is the only way we can get these services back. However, this is not the answer. We can't, it's not sustainable. We can't keep subsidising, so we have to get another way, find another way of getting the buses back, and encouraging people to use the buses more regularly is obviously the best way to do it. And I don't know exactly how we do it, but we have to. It's not just me who's been lobbying Mark Reddy, the officers. We went out to tender, to 3 different companies for tender. Their quotes came back even more expensive than first. So we're absolutely stuffed as to what we can get. I offered to have, sorry, I'm going to apologise into a microphone. I offered to have a residents' meeting in Nelson, and Mark Reddy turned it down. He said he wouldn't do it. So I've tried my best, the officers have tried best, and they're still trying. So if anybody's got a brilliant idea, please let me know. And please get in contact with me, because I didn't know that there was a residents' meeting in Nelson, for example. Councillor Lyons came back to me with the, I know I'm going on a bit, but let me just finish this. Councillor Lyons came back to me with that suggestion of yours, the 70A, 70B, first ignored it completely. So I've done my best.
Okay, thank you for Councillor Slag for going over. Now call on Councillor Winnington, please.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Buses, this has been a bit of a bête noire of mine for some time, not least the 15, but I'll come back to that in a minute. I'll just quickly go through the 3 other bus routes that are mentioned in the motion and the amendments. So number 1, myself and Councillor Brent were at the Allens Road Street Party the other day, a few weeks ago, and we had the father of one of the residents of Allens Road came up and said, I haven't got a bus anymore, because they've cut it from Old Portsmouth. They live in Old Portsmouth. And again, that link, as was said before about the doctors, etc., that was we had on the deputation from Chris earlier today, that was a real issue for them, and getting to the shops and obviously coming to see their family in that part of Southsea. For the number 17, of course, now, apart from the fact that Tipner and Stamshaw are now cut off, they haven't got a bus route at all that goes into the heart of there. We also have no bus route now between the southeast of Portsea Islands and the northeast and the northwest of Portsea Islands. So therefore, they don't have a link through to the shops in North End. And of course, we've talked a lot about North End as a shopping place, as a centre in the past. So that's now gone. And that's causing real problems for people who are trying to get across the city, not just from Tipner and Stanshaw, but also coming the other way. And then obviously, we've again, as has been mentioned, about the vulnerable people who live, especially older people who live down in Baffins, who now have no bus on a Sunday. Of course, Sunday being one of the most important days for people to socialise for their own well-being. And then we come to the 15. So the 15, which is mentioned in the motion, but just to give you a bit of a story about how effectively you can't trust first. So the bus stopped 3 years ago when the Hayling Ferry wasn't running. And I asked First at that time, and I said to them, we're going to stop running it to the ferry. We're just going to loop it round, because as the ferry's not there, there's no point running it down. Absolutely fine. I said, as long as you tell me. And I was at a meeting with Councillor Stagg and Councillor Sanders, because they were there about the 14 and 15 on the last iteration of the problems they had down there with that. I asked them, as long as you can tell me when the ferry's back running, you'll run it back down to the ferry. They said, yes, we will do that. I contacted them a month before the ferry was starting again and said, just checking, you know the ferry is starting, I know you're aware of that, just checking when the bus is going to start up again. Oh, it's not going to. I said, why not? Said, oh, because it's a new service. I said, it's not a new service, it's a replacement of an old service. So no, we can't do that. We have to look at it again and look at the viability of it. They came back and they said it wasn't a viable service. I said, but it used to run all the time, viable service. They said, oh, right, okay, what about if you didn't run it from the Hard anymore, you just ran it from the city centre? And they said, well, no, we can't do that because the most valuable part of that service is from the Hard to the city centre. Then, of course, 2 years later, we got to the point whereby they then cut it from the Hard to the city centre. So I said to them, so what about, through Councillor Stagg, what about you running it straight back down to the ferry? Oh, no, we can't do that. No, we can't do that. So again, they can't get their story straight. As Councillor Lyon is unfortunately out of the room, but as Councillor Lyon said, they make, as far as I'm concerned, they make things up. They make things up to put the maximum things in the way of doing it. I don't actually think, particularly, it's the local management. I know they're an incredibly top-down organisation. I know everything has to at least be done on a regional basis, and some even higher than that. But it is unbelievably frustrating where you have bus companies who effectively seem to make things up as they go along, put barriers in the way of services. They don't seem to care about people. They don't actually seem to have any business sense. Many years ago, I used to get the old number 3 every day to go to work in Caution from Southsea. They ran 3 an hour every 20 minutes. They then made it a half-hourly service. I tell you what, there were the same amount of people on each bus when it was a half-hourly service as there were when it was an every 20-minute service. So what did they do? They actually cut the amount of people who use that bus route by a third. Absolutely ridiculous. But yet, this is what we have to deal with. So I commend Councillor Stagg for the work she's done. I thank Luke and Rob for the motion. I thank you for the amendments. I thank everyone in the chamber who's going to keep fighting First Bus and Stagecoach and other bus companies, because we just have to keep going at it. Again, it's a united front. If we have a united front, we can actually make things happen. As we eventually did getting the 15 back down to the Hayne Ferry, let's hope that survives and let's hope that's sustainable. But we can make a difference, but we really do have to keep plugging away, because if we don't, they will walk all over us, as unfortunately they've done too many times now and in the past. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Willington. I now call on Councillor Chowdhury.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. In our city, have major problem. Now, for the parking, traffic, I support that amendment for the elder people, disabled people, low-income family, those who are not afford to run by taxi fare. And also, this measure, we can reduce the pollution in this city if we go this bus service everywhere. And university bus are not available everywhere in the city. We need bus service everywhere. Bus company, they needed business, but they have to think for the city where they're doing the business. So I hope we should support this amendment. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Chowdhury. I now call upon Councillor Fazakerley, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I think we've kind of done this to death, haven't we? We're sort of glazing over. There's not much more I can add to what's already been said. There's a pretty good consensus that people are trying to represent residents in their particular wards that have been disenfranchised by the loss of the services from First Bus. And in a way, this motion, totally good meaning. I totally support it, hence the reason I've supported an amendment to it. But it's already been done. We've already been done what's been asked for. Councillor Stagg's already explained. She's spoken to First Bus, as individual members have spoken to representatives of First Bus, and they're not budging. The simple reality is pay up. If you want a service, pay up. And that's where we're over a barrel. That's where deregulation of our service did for us in a way, because now we have no opportunity, I believe, although there is a slight possibility of this, we need a service ourselves that we can run. I think there's only one local authority, which is either Reading or Swindon, sorry, I should have done my homework a bit better, that actually it's been able to maintain its own service. Now, I blame this to some degree on UKIP, right? I'll make this political, because I haven't finished yet, right? It was about 4.5 years ago when I was cruelly ousted in that UKIP surge of 2014, when I'd started actually to explore whether we could run our own service. Now, at the time, there was some degree of hope that we could do. The difficulty we had in Portsmouth, of course, was the fact, where could we use the location? Our previous site had gone. So we were trying to look at other areas within the city we could use. So what I think we need to take from this, by all means, pass it. I don't think there's any doubt that we won't pass this. And I'm trying to avoid the cliches, but the reality at the end of the day is, we talk about the elderly, we talk about the vulnerable, we have a right, obviously, as a local authority to protect them. But when we get people coming to us, and I look at now, we're urging into, I'll get back to the subject in a minute, well, sort of the subject. We get people coming to us, and Leo's right, it might be an exaggeration, and he's not here anymore, but Mike Hancock always used to have a scenario for everything. You know, whenever you had something, something had happened to him, right, okay? Well, that isn't always true, I'm afraid to say. That doesn't always happen, but people throw it in. But on this one, it's true what Leo says. I mean, I'm sure Ian's experienced it as well. We have had people coming to us. This is the most major issue I've currently got ongoing at the moment within the ward, with the exception of residents parking. But people are in utter distress. And you're looking at elderly people that now have no service. They have to come from the sort of extremes of Titner, staggering down to bus routes in Gladys Avenue. And for some of them, it's physically impossible. And we're not even into the cold nights and the rain and the snow yet. So that's the harsh reality of it as it comes to it. But I think we have to go further from this motion. And what I will try and do from this, obviously, I don't see any option at the moment rather than paying in the short term, and we have to do something to protect these people's short-term travel arrangements. But in the long term, we need to come back with something else. We need to come back with how have we the opportunity, have we the ability to create or in some way incorporate a service that we can use, rather than just the monster of First Bus that's become a monopoly within Portsmouth, and with the exception of Stagecoach to a lesser degree, really First Bus runs the system and nobody else gets a look in. And that's why we will be no different in years to come unless we find some alternative. It will just be us back in a year's time saying X, Y and Z service have gone, what can we do about it? So pass this today by all means, but we need to look further and long term to this. So let's hope, you know, there'll be no more UKIP surges, and that we can, in the future, okay, we can get something from this bus service. So thank you very much indeed. That's all I've got to say.
Thank you much, Councillor Fazackley. I now call on Councillor Smythe, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I entirely approve the motion and thank Councillor Stubbs for raising it, and I approve all the amendments. And yes, I've got stories about people in Southsea who can't get to the cathedral, and people in the cathedral who can't get to the shops, and likewise other people who can't get to our shops in Southsea and other shopping centres, and I'm not going to talk about those. It's clearly very important. I'd like to build and thank Councillor Stagg for the work she's done. One of the points I wanted to make was about negotiating with the bus company. And I also want to build on what Councillor Fazackley said just now about looking at alternative ways of providing this. Do you know what? In Europe, nearly everywhere, the bus service is either publicly owned or owned by a non-profit company. And what we are not talking about is the fact that we're dealing with a company that, because it's a shareholder-owned company, puts profits before people. So I would urge us at some stage to look at the alternatives of using non-profit, community-based organisations in rural areas. A lot of volunteers are used to drive buses, and there's no reason why we shouldn't look at some of those models, because I certainly am unhappy that such an important thing as a bus service, which will help us to reduce our carbon footprint and will help us to reduce those traffic jams, which Councillor Stagg noticed do cause difficulties for everybody, and to improve the environment. So I hope we can look towards some solutions that don't rely on paying profit-making organisations to provide what is a much-needed public service. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Smythe. And the last one listed, Councillor Hugh Mason.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Like every other councillor here, I have been inundated with complaints about the way in which the bus services have changed. And we have aired that this afternoon. But we have seen over many years the bus companies slightly adjusting this, slightly adjusting that, slightly doing this. What we need now, at some stage in the not too distant future, is a root and branch review of the bus network throughout the city so that it can meet people's needs and presents an efficient way of getting people from where they are to where they want to go without having to change too many times, or if they have to change, making the system efficient. In Europe, in North America, systems have been devised which enable people to move from actually quite remote parts of their city to other remote parts of their city by having an efficient system, an efficient network. We need to have a look at our network in the long term. Certainly the network which we have at the moment is creating problems. And one which hasn't been mentioned is the fact that 3 days ago I was standing and I watched 3 number 2 buses within 100 metres, and that is a 10-minute service. Something is wrong with our network if our buses bunch up to that degree. I think in the long run, whilst I will support this motion and support everything in this motion, we need to do a root and branch look at the city's bus network to make it more efficient and more responsive to people's needs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mason. I now call on Councillor Stubbs to sum up, please. We've already had your acceptance of the, assuming the upper agenda amendments, so just the full. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Lord Mayor. It's been an interesting debate, a bit of a tour around the city, and I must admit, I mean, some of these services, 17 and so on, are things which I've not really been familiar with. And there's a few points that have been made I'd like to respond to. One, firstly from Councillor Sanders, just about the number 19 service and about when that was removed. I mean, that was costing, I believe, £56,000 a year to transport 2,000 customers a month, so it was £2.32 subsidy. And as Councillor Stagg herself has pointed out, we just don't have the money. That's the reality of it. A large-scale subsidised bus network is not going to happen. Of course, local authorities do effectively put quite a lot of money actually into bus services through concessionary fares, but that doesn't actually give any leverage because you're just doing this through a national framework, and because actually the reimbursement rates are quite low, it creates quite a few distortions in the system. It means that if you are running a bus company, do you want a bus service that is full up with people on the concessionary, with a concessionary pass? No, you don't, because you don't get enough revenue in from them to make your service viable. So you have to pursue, you know, the working age customers. That's the reality of it. And it does create some difficulties. I mean, I think Councillor Ferret was right when he talks about some of the structural things which are in the system. It's certainly true that passenger numbers outside Greater London and a few of the metropolitan areas are slowly drifting downwards. But I think the solution, partial solution we potentially had available to us, which may now have passed, was the combined authority, because that would have given some powers, not to this council, mind you, but to the region, over bus services, and I think that would have been something which potentially could have been beneficial. As it is, as Councillor New observed about high-frequency bus routes, I mean, I live on a high-frequency bus route, and I was trying to count up the number of buses which pass from where I live near South Parade Pier, which run through the city centre and up towards Cosham. How many of those are per hour? I'm not completely sure, I must admit, but it's not less than 10. I think it's more than that. I think it's probably be closer to 15. So, and you know, I understand the theory behind it. I mean, the theory behind it is if you run a high-frequency bus, then you'll get modal shift. And to some extent that works, because I use the bus sometimes, and I'm one of these people who drive absolutely everywhere. And yet, with the bus going by at high frequency, I do sometimes use it. And if I had to wait 20 minutes, half an hour for the bus, quite honestly, I wouldn't bother. So I can see where they're coming from on that. But the trouble is, if you have a network that only consists of the high frequency routes, well, what about everybody else? Unless you live along one of the lines of one of the A roads or just off in the city, you're going to have a problem. So I don't think there's any easy solution to this, quite honestly, and I do recognise the limits to the powers. We don't really have any powers, Councillor Stagg, but the influence that you have is some, but there are limits on that. I fully recognise that. Nonetheless, I think just having this debate today has been useful, and I hope that even if only to a very minor extent, some movement might be attained.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stubbs. We now go on to the vote on the amended notice of motion. Yeah, incorporated. All those in favour of the original incorporated into amendments? All those opposed? And abstentions? In that case, that is carried. Before we go into the next one, I've had a request for a break from one of our officers, which I'm going to engage with. So we're going to have a 10-minute break back in here about 17 past. And I do have to have sympathy because we can't nip out to the toilet like many of you members are from the back.
Lord Mayor, how long an adjournment?
10 minutes.
So, Lord Mayor, there has been a suggestion, which I think is a sensible suggestion, to see if we could find a way of getting everybody on the same page in terms of the International Holocaust Remembrance thing. I wonder, and there was a suggestion that we might have an amendment to see if we could put something together of all of us together so we can all unite behind one thing. I wonder if we could merge those two adjournments together so we don't keep having breaks.
Yeah.
So I think it'll take us longer than 10 minutes to see if we can
20 minutes.
20 minutes
Yeah.
if we could, to see if, and so we then don't have another
Shall we
break.
re-adjourn after the half-hour chimes at
Well, no, I think
5:30?
my understanding of 20 minutes is 5:25.
That is
But
very-
maths might not be my strong suit.
I've just noticed that clock is very different to
God
our clock.
dear me. Stand
My
up.
clock here says it's later than that. Okay. Thank you much. Welcome back, everyone. If you please be seated. Thank you. This on the right page. Now on to notice of motion E, universal credit, which I'm assuming is proposed by Councillor Smythe and seconded by Councillor Coles. If Councillor Smythe, if you have up to 3 minutes to persuade us why we would wish to debate it today. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Council, I'm proposing this motion 2E, which you have before you. I'm not going to go through it in detail. I'm going to assume that you have read it. When I wrote the motion, I was worried that there was too little public attention being given to the suffering of those universal claimants who are having particular problems with it and who include the most vulnerable families and individuals in our city. Since then, not a day has passed without further revelations of problems for particular people and calls upon the government to reverse the cuts to the universal credit budget made in the name of austerity, I believe, by Chancellor George Osborne some time back. This week, the Prime Minister has announced additional money and additional time to implement the programme. All this, I think, reinforces the need for the recommendations 1, 2, 3 and 4, which I now lay before you. Before sitting down, I'd like to thank all those in the Council, the voluntary and community sector and the local DWP offices who I really believe are trying against all the odds, their very best to help those in the city, despite lack of funds. I don't want anything I'm saying to be in any way not recognising the considerable contribution those good people are making. So I commend the motion to you and ask the Cabinet to do 1, 2, 3, 4 on the motion as written down. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now need to see a vote from members whether we wish to discuss. Okay, a seconder.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I formally second, but I reserve my right to speak.
Thank you very much. And now, can we have a vote on if we wish to discuss it today? And anyone not wish to discuss it? And any abstentions? Okay, you now have your 6 minutes to actually put forward the notice of motion, please. Thank you, Councillor Smythe.
As I said before, I want to propose the motion that you have before you. During the motion, I point out the problems that I think are being suffered by some of the most vulnerable in our society, and I would like to thank John Attrell for having put the case for changes that help particularly people with disabilities who don't find it easy to use online methods of communication. And those are some of the people that are most affected by the introduction of the new arrangements. I think that I'll leave you to have read what I've put. I don't want to extend this meeting any longer than we absolutely need to, given the size of the agenda. And so I would like to leave it for discussion and let you get on. And I hope you agree with what we've asked for here.
Thank you very much, Councillor Smythe. We now have a time for amendments to be put forward. I've got one here so far. We have a second one. Which came in first? Okay. I assume both people are happy to have their amendments circulated? Yep, if you could please circulate them, and in a couple of minutes to do that, and we'll go into the Can we just have a quick show of hands who hasn't received both notice of motion and... Oh. Hasn't.
Lord Mayor, do you mind if we have a couple of minutes? You don't need to adjourn, but if we just print it.
I think we're just going to have a couple of minutes while they go into the photocopier, so... I think just while we wait for some more to be photocopied out, I think Councillor Smythe wants to say something.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you, Lord Mayor. Have read these, and I'm grateful for the amendments, and I'm very happy with them all. I will get better at writing motions. It's only the first time I've done it.
So just to confirm, you're assuming both of them. Thank you. If it helps persuade people to make slightly shorter speeches because they don't need to struggle to get them assumed now, it might help. Let me know which day and I'll bring my earplugs. Can we just have another show of hands? Who is still missing? I think in the spirit of saving paper and consideration, we're going to try and be a happy, caring, sharing council.
One is completely different to the other.
Okay, Councillor Smith, as you proposed the first amendment, if you'd like to have your 6 minutes to speak, thank you.
microphone's not on. Oh. Yep, okay. Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Obviously, this is my first speech, so it's a bit strange that everything seems to be a bit higgledy-piggledy with motions and all that sort of thing, but I'll struggle on. Hopefully, the consensus policies will also carry on through this debate. The first thing I'd like to do is thank John Attrell for his deputation. He did say in that deputation whether we were proud of him, and I'm extremely proud of him as Cabinet Member for Resources. The job that he does in championing the cause for learning disabilities is second to none, so well done, John. That was a brilliant speech. I think it was important to put the amendment in to highlight the great work that has already been achieved in implementing this national policy. At this point, I want to thank the Revenue and Benefits team and the housing teams for their professionalism and due diligence during the rollout of a very divisive policy. This is probably the only time I will agree with a past Conservative Prime Minister and believe this will be the current government's poll tax. Nevertheless, any administration has to implement national policy, but the motion needs to highlight the reality on what PCC has done so far, hence the amendment. And that's why there's 1 to 5 challenging the original motion on how we were sort of doing things. In addition, where appropriate and within regulations, staff in housing benefits will consider and support customers with application to the discretionary housing payments. It is clear that there have been some questions about how much was being spent on DHP. The good news is that we will be spending probably 95% of our money this year, whereas in previous years money did go back, but that was because for some reason the government decided to put extra money into Portsmouth and we didn't really then have time to sort of spend it. However, the examples of the outturns for 2016-17 were 166,000. That was left unspent. 17-18 was 202,000 left unspent. But 18-19, there'll be £39,000 left unspent. And as you can see, we are now starting to use DHP to help, especially with the rollout of universal credit. Obviously, that might change because universal credit is being in the news today, and the rollout might be slowed down or stopped for a little while anyway. I hope you'll accept this amendment, which you've already done, and thank you very much for that, to make sure we continue to implement this legislation in the best way possible, to make sure the most disadvantaged are helped as much as possible within the legislation, and to continue to get this divisive universal credit reversed. And that's because I was around at the times of poll tax, and it can be very divisive, and are people who are so disadvantaged that they are finding it difficult to pay the rent and the food and any care that they have need our support more than ever. And I would recommend that amendment with that motion to then campaign as much as possible on universal credit. Thank you.
Just like to congratulate Councillor Smith on her maiden speech, and now can I check that Councillor Saunders, do you second this?
Yes, Lord Mayor, and I reserve my right to speak for later on in the debate.
Thank you very much. And now call on the proposer of the other amendment, Councillor Jones, please.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Universal credit. Well, let's start with some of the facts. And that is that all of the main national political parties agree on universal credit. And we have actually had a very upbeat, feeling of consensus politics in the chamber this afternoon. It's actually been quite grown up. It's been very nice. However, I do need to pick up on one phrase that was mentioned by Councillor Jeanette Smith, and that was this divisive policy. Well, it's unusual to hear a Liberal Democrat party member criticising Liberal Democrat policy, because this policy was actually introduced in 2010 under the coalition government, and I'm fairly sure that the Liberal Democrats had a minister in the DWP. like with all things, the devil is always in the detail. And I think, you know, when we're looking at universal credit, we have to remember what it's trying to achieve. And for those people who are the least well off in society, for those people who are wholly dependent on state benefits, for those people that really have nowhere else to turn, and if they don't get their benefits, they don't eat, this is trying to simplify things for them. Because universal credit actually brings 6 different benefits under one roof. And there are people out there who may be single mothers receiving housing benefit, who may be trying to work a couple of mornings a week, who may be receiving income support, who may also be receiving benefit for a disabled child or for someone they have additional caring for. And actually this is going to help them and make things far simpler for them. Now, I'm not here to defend the government because that is not my place. However, I am delighted with the information that came out yesterday, in particular information we've had that the Secretary of State, Esther McVey, has delayed the implementation of universal credit for more funding to go in. And we have the UK government's budget being announced on the 26th of October, so literally next week, where we are expecting, following Esther McVey's meeting with the Chancellor in the last week, more money to go, millions of pounds, hundreds of millions of pounds, to go into the rollout and to support the transition period of the rollout of universal credit. And I think it's important that that hardship funding that's been referred to in the press is there. Like I say, the concept of this, all of the 3 main political parties, Liberal Democrats, Conservative and Labour, have also, they support the policy. I appreciate that the devil is in the detail, and I appreciate that this is a minefield when you are spanning both the Treasury and the DWP, as well as the DCLG and other departments as well. I think the point that's come out of this, by the government learning through trial periods, is that the rollout is now going to be far slower than originally thought. So that slowdown process and the plans that have been put in place are key. I've been led to believe by a colleague who's a Member of Parliament that the new details around the slower rollout are due to be published by the DWP in the next few weeks. And December 2018 is going to be a key date for the government in terms of the starting of 10,000 people transitioning onto the universal credit, which will start in January 2019. But the key thing that's come out, and we've heard ministers in the DWP talking about not rushing the rollout of this policy, and I think that is absolutely right and proper. And that transition period for people that are receiving employment support allowance, income support, job seekers allowance, housing benefit, it's absolutely crucial. And the policy was updated in April 2017 to make sure that people that are receiving housing benefit are able to apply in advance, and there is now that transition period, which is absolutely key. I'm also pleased that a more recent modification to this policy is that people who are self-employed and putting in a claim for universal credit will also now have enhanced support, which is important. And finally, I would like to thank the proposer of the motion for bringing it here. I think only good things have come out of this. I think that the administration's amendment, in fact, going even further on the 4 points put forward here by Councillor Smythe is actually is very useful, and I welcome the Leader of the Council's involvement in that, and he did mention that to me earlier today. And finally, I'd also like to echo the comments by Councillor Jeanette Smith in thanking Mr John Attrell for coming here today, for speaking so eloquently, and for the continued work he has and support he's given to this council, particularly through third sector working for many, many years. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Jones. Councillor Stubbs, do you second this?
Seconded, Lord Mayor.
I'm assuming you're reserving your right to speak. Thank you. And now calling, which for what I believe is her maiden speech, Councillor Udi.
Good afternoon and thank you, Lord Mayor. I'd like to start off my speech by quoting a tweet by Frankie Boyle that was only tweeted on Sunday. He said that coverage of universal credit talks of vulnerable groups when it would be more appropriate to describe them as oppressed. If the thing you are vulnerable to is your own society, then you're oppressed. Now, we can talk about how long we've been oppressed. After all, us proles are losers in this neoliberal society. We've been told that we've had to reduce the national debt, and in turn we've been punished with crippling austerity, which I do not believe for a moment is over. Whilst this has been happening, the debt has been tripled, and we've been handed welfare reforms that have not only made those who live in poverty's lives a lot worse, but in cases has more than likely killed 120,000 people in this country. When Ian Duncan Smith in 2010 announced that universal credit was on its way, that was there to consolidate benefits into one handy monthly payment, I guess it was welcomed. I personally like efficiency, and maybe this could have helped. Little did we know that it would be interspersed with the Welfare Reform Act of 2012, which I think is one of the most shameful pieces of legislation that has ever passed through this government in recent years. Out of this legislation, we can comfortably say that things like bedroom tax, the implementation of PIP, and the introduction of universal credit have not only forced those who live in deprived areas into abject poverty, but even those on middle incomes. Food banks have become a normality of everyday life. We donate to them when we can, and even hard-working professionals like nurses are assessing them. When I campaigned in Charles Dickens, an area of high depredation and where almost 40% of the children live in poverty, residents on a doorstep were not dismissive of a politician on their doorstep. In fact, they were welcoming. A great deal were worried about failing their PIP assessment. Some had already done so. More were worried about universal credit due to the media hype of it coming to areas and the long waits for the first payment, which was driving even more people to food bank use and seek help from their local authority. Unfortunately, at the time, the advice I could give was limited, and I was still learning too. And since I've become councillor, my knowledge has greatly increased, and I can offer even more help, advice, and most importantly, an ear to listen. Luckily, here within the council, there is a wealth of officers and directors who have been preparing for the change in universal credit, and I hope all members would join me in thanking them. The sad thing, though, is that preparation is what they're doing, preparing to help those who are going to need it, preparing for the onslaught of residents who desperately need help whilst waiting for their first payment. If we have to prepare for those to lose money, which it is estimated that 43% of claimants will be worse off, then it doesn't matter if the others on the same benefit are going to be better off, because this process is already making those... I've totally lost track where I am, so first time. I've just completely cut that sentence off. It's gone. Never mind, let's carry on. Even the National Audit Office has condemned universal credit in the June of this year, and even said there was no practical alternative with continuing with the scheme, but here we are rolling it out in Portsmouth. The National Housing Federation claimed that those in debt immediately before a claim for universal credit, with the added wait for an initial payment and further arrears in debt, that their income levels may not stabilise for up to 52 weeks after applying. Even in the media today, there are documents revealing that the government are planning to spend hundreds of millions of pounds to prevent claimants from falling into hardship when moving on to the credit. There's even more reports today of delaying its rollout once more. I think we can all agree that universal credit has become pretty much a monumental failure. But like I said, here we are in Portsmouth and dealing with the rollout. I fully support the motion, and also with Councillor Smith's amendment, which highlight what support is there and will continue to be. We as members should remember that many of our residents may come forward to us for help, and I want to make that promise to those who may feel ashamed or feel the stigma of claiming benefits wrongly brings, is that you can talk to me and you can talk to any other of the councillors, because we are here for you. In an ideal world, though, there would be no universal credit rollout, and we'd have reformation of the benefit system that stops those who are the most vulnerable assessing food banks and not getting to a point where the council are having to house charities on their premises because it's somehow become a necessity to put residents through an individual voluntary arrangement to try and get them out of debt, because of the cost of living and a harsh benefit reforms have put them through. We also need to provide a system of application that is accessible and not just online only. So I'd like to thank Alderman John Attrell for putting that forward as well. I can bet the majority in this room can remember the pure anguish felt when they first watched Ken Loach's key work, I, Daniel Blake, and I am not afraid to say that it made me sob. Loach's film wasn't just a realistic observation and a devastating critique of austerity measures, but a very real warning that this is happening and it's only going to get worse. whilst this absolute disaster of universal credit continues to be rolled out, we can't begin to imagine what damage this is going to cause. I will continue to fight for my residents' rights and freedoms to live a life without being punished by a punitive benefit system, and I hope you all join me. Thank you.
Congratulations, Councillor Udy, on your maiden speech, and now call Councillor Robert New.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I too welcome this coming forward because I think some of the speakers earlier on have hit the nail on the head. Actually, Councillor Udy, in your maiden speech, you spoke about the press actually stoking up Project Fear, dare I say, also added to by opportunistic politicians in Parliament. And some of the clarifications have already been put forward in terms of the money that's being presented by the government. Alok Sharma today, urgent questions in Parliament this morning when we were probably all on our way here, confirmed about the delay of the rollout for approximately, I think it was until November of 2019, so that they could look at some of the things that are being presented to try and finesse this system. And what I would say is no benefit system is perfect. When we look at the previous system, which had multiple benefits, we all had casework of people that were being overpaid and underpaid, and then they were clawing it back through debt recovery, causing even greater misery. So I welcome the news that the government is putting forward £3 billion for a transition fund. But Councillor Udy also just made a really important point. It's not necessarily about coming forward to your city councillors, that's fine, but what we need to be doing is signposting them, not only to the Revs and Bens officers, but to our members of Parliament. Both Stephen Morgan and Penny Mordaunt MP have backdoor access into the DWP to fast-track in complaints, and that is important. I say that as somebody that works for the Member of Parliament for Portsmouth North, and I see just how difficult the civil servants can be with the workload and how things aren't prioritised, and we need to make sure that we are fighting those cases for our residents as we move forward. But we do need to be mindful that there is a lot of Project Fear because it's easy and cheap, isn't it, for the media to go out and whip these things up in these uncertain political times. But actually, universal credit on paper is a good thing. And actually, for a lot of new claimants, it is doing a lot of good. The problem lies in with the transition, I feel, certainly from the cases that I've been working on and also from the wider debates that I've been watching in government and the Hansard reports that I've been reading. And I would really urge people, instead of taking their party political lines, myself included, on this, I think there have been many politicians on all different levels, government included, opportunistic people across Whitehall departments that have raided various things, and I look at George Osborne there, who I've never been a fan of, and they're all in part to blame for where we are today. And so I think also, just to add in that I do welcome that you're going to take out the uncaring Tory part of your motion, because it's not true. I think this government is listening more than anyone and is doing more than anything that they possibly can do in order to try and help the most vulnerable people. And I think everyone here has that best interest at their heart, but please do utilise your MPs. That is what they're there for, and they do have that backdoor access to the DWP that we do not.
Thank you very much, Councillor New. I now call on Councillor Madden, please.
Okay, thank you, Lord Mayor. I think it's quite clear from all the speeches we've had so far that the introduction of universal credit has been an absolute dog's dinner. Now, here we have one benefit instead of 6 benefits which we had before in the shape of universal credit. And what we were told when it was introduced in 2010 and then actually came into being in 2013 was that it would bring fairness and simplicity to the social security system. Now, I don't think anybody could disagree with that, particularly the amount of benefits that were on the go. But the result, I'm afraid, is completely different. And the result is that it has worsened the hardship of some of the poorest and most vulnerable people in our society. Now, I have some figures here, which I find shocking, but nevertheless, I'll tell you them. The respected, I'm told, Resolution Foundation has calculated that 3.2 million families will be an average of £2,400 a year worse off than on the tax credits. And there will be 600,000 families, mostly two-parent, who will lose all benefits. So those are facts. That's what they're saying is going to happen. So I don't know where the fairness in that particularly comes in, I have to say. Since it was launched in 2013, Universal Credit has been, rightly so, an issue for people in opposition to what the government are doing with this particular benefit. Its repeated delays, its bit of fine-tuning have actually done very little to make sure that people should transfer onto that benefit in fairness. You know, at this time, everybody should have been on universal credit. But all we've got at the minute are fewer than 1 million people on that credit. So there are 6 million people still to go on to universal credit by the year 2023. Instead of the Treasury penny pinching, rather than funding money to smooth the transition, no, I have to pick this up, sorry. Who bears the brunt? Who's bearing the front of the incompetency of the government? Well, it's great that we're picking up, and I think as Claire said, we're actually doing things that we shouldn't be doing because they have messed it all up. But it's people claiming benefit who are actually suffering. And they're having to wait weeks for money because UC is paid monthly in arrears. And to add insult to injury, if you were in difficulty and you had to phone a helpline, well, guess what? It costs £55 a minute. That's now been withdrawn, but nevertheless, there you are, no money in the first place, and in order to get some information, you paid £55 a minute. But I'll say this, step forward, Esther McVeigh, the Welfare and Pension Secretary. Esther is one of the few... Sorry, did I do something?
It's 55p.
What did I say?
£55.
All right, P. Why didn't somebody tell me that? It's late at night, and I've got to pick my wife up at the airport. Esther McVeigh has actually admitted that some people will be worse off under this credit, okay? But she did point out, of course, that other people would benefit. And it would be nice if other cabinet ministers, from the Prime Minister downwards, actually admitted that there are problems with this benefit. But the Prime Minister herself has said that no one on the old system will lose out on the new system. Well, there we are, right? Mind you, Esther McVeigh, I read in a different article, made the claim that employment had increased by 1,000 every single day since 2010. Fascinating, isn't it? She's the Work and Pension Secretary, and Universal Credit was introduced in 2013. So it doesn't quite add up. But I'd also like to know what the Labour Party position on this is, because John McDonnell last week, the Shadow Chancellor, said Labour would scrap universal credit. That's what he said. And then Baroness Charabati, Charabati, who's the Shadow Attorney General, has said, and this is a quote, whether you end up changing the name of a benefit, in the end, what's important is that the end of austerity, and what's important is that we see the end of austerity and people having the money to live on. Slightly patronising, but nevertheless, not agreeing with our Shadow Chancellor. So we'd have to endorse that if it's going to happen. But the architect, let's go back to the architect of this, Ian Duncan Smith. And Ian Duncan Smith said, and he did resign his position because he wouldn't get money from Treasury, but he said it's not going to take a few million quid to sort it out. It's going to take £2 billion in order to make sure there's a smooth transition, but that's going to happen. So Ian Duncan Smith, ignored by the Treasury, ignored by God. I'm not a great fan of his, but nevertheless, he took a principled stance and he stepped down from the cabinet. So please, let's make sure that those people that we're here to represent, and particular people who are on benefits, do not lose out in this. So I do the point that Jeanette Smith made earlier on, which is great, what we're doing as a council, but Claire Rudy's right, we shouldn't have to be doing it.
Thank you very much, Councillor Madden. If I could now call on Councillor Ferret, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I think universal credit, this talks about it being seeming sensible on paper. I think it was sensible in its purpose as well, and I think that's why it did have support, as I understood it, from all of the major political parties. I understood it was introduced when we had coalition, and the Labour Party also supported the idea of simplifying or trying to simplify the benefits system. And like Leo, I don't think I've ever agreed with Ian Duncan Smith on anything, but he was right. He was right to resign over this issue, over the cuts to welfare benefits. And that's certainly a double that you could have bet on and wouldn't have expected to come up today, which is me agreeing with Ian Duncan Smith and the council leader. So, but I'm reminded of when I've negotiated with employers and they're introducing a new pay and grading scheme, and they want to try and address the anomalies they have in the system, but they try and do it within what they call the existing amount of money that's available. And you always tell them that you're not going to be able to do that, that all you will do is you will exacerbate the anomalies unless you're going to introduce extra money into the system. And as Leo said, it would take additional money, not less. And what we've seen progressively over the years is cuts to the welfare system. It would take an increased amount of money, and clearly that hasn't happened. I'm absolutely incredulous at the way this has been introduced in terms of paying people in arrears. Up to 6 weeks in arrears. Those of us that have residents who live in large social housing estates within our wards, and lots of residents who are on the benefit system, will know that you cannot go 6 weeks without any money. That is absolutely preposterous. People can't go more than a few days in some instances, I would say, without that money, particularly people that may have children and are subject to the bedroom tax, as there are people in Paulsgrove Ward. The idea that you can go 6 weeks, I just find that absolutely ridiculous. That's not Project Fear. That is a reality for people. And that's something that the government have to address. They have to address that issue because that is the most punitive aspect, as I see it, of this particular system. So this is it's the implementation of the programme, clearly, that has been an issue, not least because of the lack of funds, but also government's inability to deliver large-scale programmes. You know, in 5 years, the government have managed to move less than 1 million people onto universal credit, and they've moved people in a way that has disadvantaged them and caused all of the problems that we are seeing. Can you imagine how the government are going to deal with all of the myriad of new systems that are going to have to be in place from March the 30th next year, assuming we have no deal, but are going to have to be in place post-Brexit? For example, how they're going to move 3.5 million EU residents, or they're going to deal with their residence application to be UK citizens. It's just not going to happen. And this is symptomatic of government that doesn't put the resources into these systems, that makes these grandiose announcements and think they will just happen. And this is the mess that we see. And quite frankly, unless we have a transition period of about 20 years, we're going to see this manifest after March 30th of next year.
Thank you, Councillor Ferret. I now call on Councillor Saunders.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Firstly, I welcome Labour colleagues bringing this forward today. This is a policy which, as we've discussed, seems to change on the hour, more often every day. But it's a policy that we have to live with. And the motion that Labour colleagues have put forward splits into two. And I'll start with the national aspect of it all, because there's a lovely book called The Blunders of Our Government. And it talks a lot about fine ideas that don't work in practice. And as colleagues have said today, Councillor Ferret in particular very powerfully, that actually the principle of this is wonderful, because the principle of this is a radical change from traditional theories on the right and on the left about welfare. The view of the right, I'll crudify it a bit, which is basically that everybody's on the fiddle, and the view on the left, which is the conventional view, which is the poor could never be on the fiddle. Now, universal credit is very different. It takes on, in particular, the views of certain sociologists who believe that poor people are dependent upon benefits. That is wrong. They're not dependent, growing up in council accommodation with relatives who were on benefits, it was the system that meant work never paid. When you're faced with a situation whereby if you earn more than £5 a week, £1 comes off your benefits, that is a 100% marginal tax rate. Now, the rich employ accountants and they employ good lawyers to try and reduce that problem legally. The poor are told essentially to accept the system when the system is at fault. That is why the system has to change, and that is why I, like many colleagues in here, believe that the principle of universal credit, making work pay, is absolutely excellent. The problem has come, as Councillor Ferret and Councillor Jones have rightly pointed out, that it is essentially in the detail. And that is where it has fallen down. As colleagues have said, there was an argument with Ian Duncan-Smith around trying to get more money to ensure that it was sorted out up front. And I have to say to Councillor Ferret, Liberal Democrats in government supported Ian Duncan-Smith in that approach, and he has been proved right with the changes that occur on a daily basis. And so then we come to what we do as a council. And I think our approach in this council, and I think this cuts across both our Conservative predecessors and ourselves, is to try and be as liberal and as humane as possible. And I think that was what was missing from our Labour colleagues' motion, was actually a sense of the detailed work that is done, and that is outlined in the amendment that Councillor Smith and I have put forward. I want to address one final point, which is following on from Councillor New's contribution earlier on, which is what do we do next? And I think one of the things we've got to do is to work together to try and see how the system is working. That's why Councillor Smith and I have suggested an all-member briefing on universal credit, not just something in writing, because I think that is absolutely essential so that people can learn. And I welcome the comments of Councillor New in particular around going to our MPs, because actually it is also from our MPs, both Penny Mordaunt and Stephen Morgan, that we can actually learn how to make our system better, and I look forward to their input into that as we go forward. So I'm delighted that the atmosphere of consensus has survived 4 hours and 20 minutes. Long may it continue so we get home before midnight. But I'm delighted, as I say, for Labour colleagues to put forward this motion to talk about this key issue. I'm delighted that Jeanette has suggested to me that actually to put down an amendment to praise the work that council officers are doing, because very often they don't get praised enough. I'm delighted that all parties are actually able to join together on this, because the principle is great. It is great that it is right, not rushed. We have to work through the practice, and that is what I hope we will do in future. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much. And I'll call on Councillor Winnington, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm in a rather envious situation of having actually been on both sides of universal credits. Before I left the Department for Work and Pensions 4 years ago, our office up at Roebuck House in Caution was actually at that stage earmarked to become a universal credit centre. It subsequently became a pension centre not long after I left. But I did go to conversations and teleconferences about universal credits. And the interesting thing back in those days was about that incremental process and actually about learning. I think, unfortunately, what happened in July 2015, when with the notorious budgets from George Osborne, where he took complete control of universal credits and used it, rather than being a change in the way we do things for benefits, to being a vehicle for cuts, which I think is a lesson for everyone within government, is that if you give the Treasury too much power, especially when it comes to benefits, everyone suffers and no one actually benefits at all. This was exacerbated a couple of years later when actually the Chief Secretary of the Treasury was put in post as the Secretary of State for Work and Pensions, and that really did cause even more problems, and I think we are suffering from that ever since. However, that is in the past. And what we have to work at is what we can do now. So we can work in terms of the work that this council is doing, as Councillor Smith has put forward in her amendments. And I think that is really key. And for all of us, that we have to work to do the best we possibly can for what we do. I think it's been really encouraging as well from Parliament is that you've had people from all sides of the House in Parliament actually come across and say, this should be changed. We should go back to what happened in 2015 and we should reverse it. We should restore that money to universal credit. The system we've got, as I think Councillor Madden mentioned with Baroness Chakrabarti, effectively, if you're going to do big changes, as John McDonnell has mentioned, then what are you going to put in its place? It's going to be huge upheaval. And as various people have said, Councillor Sanders and Councillor Ferrier, etc., government doesn't do big changes very well. We only have to look back 10 years, 10 and more years, when we had employment support allowance introduced, where I was intimately involved as a manager and a processor within the DWP at that time. That was an absolutely diabolical rollout of the benefits, and people are still suffering from that since then. Something which again looked great on paper, but right away it was costing people money. People were getting worse off very early on. This is a history of government messing up these implementations. We can't expect, quite frankly, for us as local politicians, we shouldn't expect anything else. What we should expect them, though, is to not use that as the reason to do it. Unfortunately, universal credit has become a vehicle for cuts, so we have to deal with the consequences. We have to do everything we can locally. We have to stand up to government and support those in Parliament and beyond, those experienced people like former Prime Minister John Major, like former Secretary of State Ian Duncan Smith, like people from our side who dealt with universal credit when we were in government and were fighting alongside Ian Duncan Smith to stop the Treasury from taking money from it, and also from the Labour Party who are fighting as well from their side. This is something where you can really get together and support politicians from all sides on. I think there is a sea change now. There just seems to be an awful amount of discontent within the Conservative Party nationally as well. I think it's really welcome that they're starting talking about putting money back in. It's not enough yet, but if we keep pushing in that direction, but we have to make them learn, because only we can do it, because we have more close connections with our residents than MPs do. Only we can feed that back, and through the LGA and whatever, the effect that universal credit is having on our residents, because we are in a real danger. I think, as Councillor Smith said, this could be this government's poll tax. I know from the Conservative colleagues in the room, they don't want a poll tax again. They don't want that being an albatross around your necks. But from everyone else, nobody wants that kind of thing to happen to their residents, where literally there could be riots on the streets. Just one last anecdote before I finish. So one of my clients in my day jobs, when I, as a support worker, I mentioned about at one point in the near future, you are going to be moved on to universal credit, whether you like it or not, because everyone's going to move on. They said to me, where can I move so I don't have to do that? I don't want to do that, I'm terrified. If people are having that kind of anxiety and distrust of the system now, how do you think it's going to be? That's one person. How do you think it's going to be for a lot of other people who recognise that? So I commend the motion, I commend the amendments that Councillor Smith did. I really hope we can move forward as a council to support our residents and try to get government to listen that they need to change things with universal credit. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Winton. Now call Councillor Stubbs.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Various things have been said about some of the problems in the introduction of universal credit, and I think it would be churlish to pretend that some of those are not real. Certainly, payment in arrears is really a very odd way of setting this system up, as is not making direct payments to landlords in respect of rents, and this is something which is almost inevitably going to lead to problems. And I think we can all accept that, and I would also accept in general principle that when making a change that you do end up with some double running costs in the short term, but only in the short term, because this is one of these items I actually wasn't going to speak on this one, but we've heard a number of points made which are all really coming from the same philosophical position, that the government seems stingy and should spend more money. But of course, where's more money going to come from? As a country, we are still running a deficit of about £50 million a year. That's about £1,000, probably a little more actually, per adult. £1,000 in deficit. That's what this country is. So there is no magic money tree. There is no scope to go on the wild spend up. We can either, if the government spends more money, there's only two ways of raising it. Well, that hasn't actually been paid, has it? Because instalments suspended, haven't received anything. But there's only two ways of raising it. You either raise it honestly through taxes, or you raise it dishonestly through the inflation tax, through eroding living standards, through having higher inflation and low interest rates, which have quite a negative effect. So, you can't just pretend that we can spend more money on this, that, or the other without taking it from somewhere else. And so, in respect of the welfare bill as a whole, I mean, I have to say, I think we need to keep a lid on it. Now, there's these short-term issues that need to be addressed, and all government projects, all these big government projects, big government IT projects seem to go rather badly. This one, unfortunately, seems to be no exception. But I just did want to say something in defence of the taxpayers of this country, and that it's not a case that the government's been stingy and is squirreling away lots of money and giving it to bankers or whatever else. It's the fact of it is that we still have a state which is larger than anyone is paying for.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stubbs. Now call on Councillor Smythe to sum up, please.
Thank you. Contained in my original report was quite a lot of the things that I'm very grateful to colleagues to have explained. And I'd just like to sum up by saying that any system where vulnerable people lose £2,400 a year, and we have got quite a lot of reports of that, is not working. And I'm extremely happy to move to a vote at this stage, and I hope very much that we can support the recommendations. It is my belief that good government is about protecting and supporting those who are most vulnerable in our society, and this debate has been an example of how we understand that to be an absolute truth in our city of Portsmouth.
Thank you very much, Councillor Smythe. I now call on all those that are voting for the notice of motion with the two subsumed amendments. In favour, please. All those against? And abstentions? Okay, thank you very much. That now concludes this motion. And now we move on to item F.
Apologies for being rusty after 4 years in the wilderness, but I think this is Standing Order 29, and I'll have to direct it to you as far as I understand. It's in regards to the deputations that came to speak about this matter earlier, this motion earlier on. One of them raised the point that councils that adopted this motion or a very similar motion to it have found themselves in the court as a result of doing so. Now, I assume it's on the paper, our legal advisor's already said that it's clear, but can you just give me some reassurance in regards to what was mentioned and raised earlier by the deputation, that were we to accept this, motion F, that we won't place ourselves in any particular route of peril? Thank you.
I think I'll hand this one over to you.
Thank you very much. I'm sure you'll appreciate that we wouldn't do anything which would leave the council in that position, and I'm quite content that, as amended, that won't provide difficulties for us.
Thank you very much. So we now have motion F, International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance Guidelines on Anti-Semitism, proposed by Councillor Ferret and seconded by Councillor Peter Harris. Councillor Ferret, you have 3 minutes as to why we should debate this tonight, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'll just have a brief preamble. 3 years ago, we had a motion in this chamber on anti-Semitism that was triggered by, we had some UKIP councillors at the time, but by UKIP, the national UKIP party's decision to go into an alliance with a Polish party that had made some quite gravely anti-Semitic comments, and we put a motion forward condemning that action and clearly making a statement as to how this council felt about that. Interestingly, that was seconded by UKIP on that occasion. Even more interestingly, the UKIP seconder then spoke against the motion at the time, which was a bit disconcerting. But nevertheless, the council supported that statement. I never, as the Labour group leader at the time, envisaged that I would be here in this council chamber having to move another motion on that subject. And I have to say, you know, we all know what's gone on during the past 6 or 7 months or so in terms of the Labour Party. I applaud those in the Labour Party that were persistent in making sure that this definition that we have before us today, so if people are being challenged legally, then expect to see the Labour Party in court as well. But this was adopted by the Labour Party, and I commend them for it. My view is we must be unequivocal in this chamber about anti-Semitism, and that's why the motion's here today, and I hope we can debate it.
Thank you very much. Councillor Pater-Harris, do you second this?
Seconded, Lord Mayor.
And I'm assuming you're reserving your right to speak later. Thank you. All those in favour of debating it now? Anyone opposed? Abstentions? Okay, we go into debate now. Councillor Ferret, you now have 6 minutes to put forward your case. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just before this, or before this debate, it's just a sort of a local illustration as to why this is an issue and why it's something that we got to be unequivocal about. And that's talking to a local businessman, a Jewish businessman, who's recently decorated his premises and then found a death threat written on his shop front shortly after doing that. So this is a very real issue. We've all seen examples of some quite horrific anti-Semitism, and I have to say right across the political spectrum, and it's something that we need to make a clear statement about. The two deputies, we had two deputies that came here today who clearly did seek to sow confusion about this. Councillor Fazacki has asked the questions on the basis of their deputation, but they did seek to confuse the issue. They sought to argue against the definition, an internationally recognised definition, one that's been adopted by councils up and down the land, one that I understand has been adopted by the Metropolitan Police. That would be interesting in terms of their role with the law if they have adopted something that's illegal. But it is an internationally recognised definition. I'm sure you've read through the examples, and if people do have issues with those, then I don't look forward, but I'll be interested to hear what they've got to say during the debate. I attended the rally in Parliament Square earlier this year and was pleased to see that there was cross-party support at that rally. And I was pleased to see both MPs of this city who were there, Penny Mordaunt and Stephen Morgan. And Stephen Morgan also went on a Labour Friends of Israel trip to Israel earlier this year. I'd like to see him talking more about that, because I'd be interested to see what his observations were on that trip, because I undertook a similar trip a few years ago when I was in the Labour Party. And when I went to Israel, we met with various groups that were opposed to the government, opposed to Netanyahu, who was Prime Minister at the time and still is, and were campaigning actively against the actions of the Israeli government. But they were also fearful about how Israel was perceived by the rest of the world, and the call for boycotts, and clearly also about security as well. So there are groups within Israel that we should be supportive of, that there isn't a problem in terms of criticising Israel, but clearly if you then draw a parallel with that criticism with people, with Jewish people, people of the Jewish faith. So there are lots of organisations and lots of people that are opposed to the actions of the Israeli government. They have nothing to fear from this definition and the examples herein. And there is an amendment coming forward. I don't want to preempt all the detail of that, but when it comes forward, I will be supporting that amendment. There was some discussion and debate over it. I wanted to make sure that we were unequivocal, that we weren't giving people the opportunity to sow confusion, to question or to amend the definitions that are in here, and I'm satisfied on the basis of the discussion that we have that unequivocal motion going forward. And this isn't a question of one particular political party. Clearly the Labour Party has been subject to huge media scrutiny over the summer, and so it should. It is the opposition party. It could be in government in a few months' time, and it's only right that it is scrutinised, and I hope that they are successful in driving out people that hold these anti-Semitic views from their party. But we've also seen, I saw a most horrific tweet last week from Leave EU, and that had George Soros as the puppet master, a classic Nazi 1930s trope, and George Soros clearly is the subject to much of the anti-Semitism that is virulent in other parts of Europe, most notably Hungary, where Viktor Orban makes much use of George Soros as a bête noire. And it's utterly shameful to me that Tory MEPs were not prepared to condemn Orban when that motion was before the European Parliament. That was an opportunity for them to show that unequivocal condemnation, and I would like to see Conservative members giving that condemnation that their MEPs were unable to give. So I ask that the Council support this motion and give that unequivocal statement.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ferret. We have one one amendment that's been handed in so far. Just checking there's no more to come forward. In that case, can we have this one released out to people, please, before I call the speaker on it? Okay, I now call Councillor Hugh Mason to introduce his amendment, please.
My Lord Mayor, this amendment has three elements. The first, and perhaps the most important element, is that it uses the whole of the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance's May 2016 working definition, I stress it's a working definition, of anti-Semitism. This is important because it enables us to draw a very clear line, a much clearer line than we might otherwise do, between justified freedom of speech, of which we are all proud in this country, and anti-Semitism, of which I trust all of us would be ashamed. And it does that by using this working definition, and that has two elements to it. First of all, it specifically states that criticism of Israel, similar to that levelled against any other country, cannot be regarded as anti-Semitic. You can criticize Israel on the same grounds as you would criticize Russia, the United States, China, Saudi Arabia, or Luxembourg. And that is an important thing to stress. The other important stress which it has is that it allows examples of anti-Semitism to be considered, taking into account the overall context. For what might, if taken out of context, appear anti-Semitic, in context would appear to be a rational assessment. Conversely, what appears to be a rational assessment might, in its context, be hidden anti-Semitism. So it is important, I think, that we include the whole of the IHRA's working definition. The second, and quite minor thing which this does, is to remove two words to make something simple and clear. In the paragraph which starts, "The Council welcomes cross-party support," changing the second sentence, "Moreover, this Council condemns anyone who seeks to amend the IHRA definition," and we have confined that to amending, because the words in the original motion, which included qualify and caveat, would be open to interpretation themselves. Amending is quite clear, quite specific, and enables it to be much more effective. Lastly, the third thing which we are doing is to add a paragraph right at the end concerning this council. For it is important that if we are adopting the IHRA working definition, we know how we're going to put it into practice, how we're going to effect it. And so the final paragraph, which you have in front of you, new paragraph, asks Cabinet to adopt the definition. It also asks Cabinet to incorporate this within the procedures for a quality impact assessment, and asks the Employment Committee and the Government Audits and Standards Committee to include it within the codes of conduct for councillors and officers. This will enable us to use it fairly, use it properly. If we do, I think no one need fear our adoption of this, and no one may use it improperly. So I would commend the amendment standing in my name.
Thank you very much. Councillor Purvis, do you wish to second this?
I do, and I'll reserve my right to speak later.
Thank you much, in which case I call on Councillor Peter Harris.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I plan to keep this brief. I know we've had quite a long agenda today and everyone's getting a bit tired. Firstly, let me thank the following councillors for their cross-party work on this during the break. So Councillor Ferret, Councillor Hugh Mason, Councillor Purvis, Councillor Smythe, Councillor Pitt and Councillor Vernon Jackson. Thank you for your support on getting the amendment through. I'm going to move on. In December 2016, the government decided to formally adopt the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance working definition of anti-Semitism. We were the first country in the European Union to do so. We need to recognise that there has been a rise in anti-Semitism across the country. This motion goes towards showing that anti-Semitism is not acceptable in any form. I mean, Councillor Ferret has already given us an horrific example from a Jewish shopkeeper who had his shopfront vandalised. I'm sure everyone in this chamber condemns that sort of behaviour. But what I want to stress on this is an issue that crosses the political divides. It's not about politics, and I think the adjournment has quite clearly shown that. The working between all members of the council to ensure we get a successful conclusion to this motion proves just that. You know, this has been adopted all over the country and in many London boroughs, so it's not something that we've just brought here today. Anti-Semitism must be understood for exactly what it is. It's an attack on the identity of Jewish people who live, contribute and are valued in our society. I would like to encourage the councils to support the amendment and and also take the opportunity to strongly encourage everyone to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. Oh, please, Harris. She can try. Anyone else wish to speak on this? Oh, Councillor Purvis.
Like colleagues before, I'll keep this brief because others have spoken more eloquently about it. I thought I'd address a few of the things that were raised as questions about this in the deputations. One of which was around the clarity of the definition. I think it's important to remember that this is intended to be a non-legally binding working definition. It's neither intended to be, nor is it exhaustive nor exclusive. Something as nebulous and as insidious as anti-Semitism is never going to be nailed down that clearly. It is intended to assist in understanding. One of the other things that has been questioned is that somehow this is about shutting down freedom of speech. A very interesting point to note, Councillor Mason's already pointed out that the reference is already in the IHRA about criticism of Israel. That is equally measured against the HRA, the Human Rights Act. Article 10 will serve to protect expression of hostile opinion. It's worth people who have concerns about this reading the opinion that was written by Geoffrey Robertson QC. He's not wholly supportive of this definition, but he is a leading international lawyer. And one of the things he commented is that there is a huge amount of case law evidence that Article 10 would allow hostile opinion about the conduct of the government of Israel, however exaggerated, however baseless, unless communicated for the purpose or with the result of stirring up disorder or hatred of Jews in general. So this is not about shutting down freedom of speech. It's about specifically targeting a type of behaviour which is horrendous and affects people in the city and countrywide. So with those things in mind, I do not think there is any risk of the Council breaking the law by adopting the exact same definition as the UK Government and a number of other governments, and I'd urge members to support the motion as amended.
Thank you very much, Councillor Purvis. And now call on Councillor Smythe.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm confirming our support for this new amended motion, which I think is better than either of the first suggestions. And the Labour Party has agreed the IHRA guidelines on anti-Semitism in full. And 130 councils have adopted these guidelines. And we want Portsmouth City Council to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smythe. I now hand over to Councillor Ferret to sum up, please. And are you assuming the amendment? Cool.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'll be brief. I think I said what I needed to say earlier. Only to say I thank the contributions from all who spoke in the debate, not least on the freedom of speech issue. And obviously, we all value freedom of speech, but we all understand the parameters and in terms of when it spills over into racism and anti-Semitism. Councillor Purvis is right in terms of that it's working definition, and in terms of I did have some reservations in terms of the amendment, in terms of removing the word caveat. I think clearly we had seen in the summer there was an attempt to remove some of the examples from the list. But like I say, I commend the Labour Party and those in the Labour Party that stuck with it and have adopted the definition in full, reassured by the revised wording, and hope you can all support.
Thank you very much. Calling all those in support, please show. Any opposed? Any abstentions? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Now moving on to notice of motion G. Victory Energy Services, proposed by Councillor Lyon and seconded by Councillor Smythe. You have 3 minutes in which to persuade us to speak, Councillor Lyon.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and may I begin by thanking Councillor Judith Smythe for interrupting her holiday to second this motion. Lord Mayor, at a rough guess, I've sat through the thick end of 60 notices of motion since I was elected, and when I say thick, I suspect that some members would agree with the sentiment. It's hard to recall most of the debates or their substance, although there are serial offenders among us who are responsible for prolonging them. None of us can get that time back, lost it as it is forever, and I think that I'm right in saying that barely one single notice of motion has made any difference to the direction, running or mindset of the Council. Nevertheless, today, for the first time, I am proposing a motion, more in hope than expectation, that it will do the opposite of all those that so many of us have sat through before. Lord Mayor, my reasons for asking the Council to debate the subject of Victorian Energy Services Limited are threefold. First, that there has never been a public debate about this very important subject. Second, that having been shrouded in secrecy for so long, the project has been widely mistrusted and misunderstood. And third, to dispel the misconception that a business cannot be run in the interests both of its consumers and its owners, and, in my opinion, in this case, for huge benefit to everyone concerned. If members will forgive me, I would ask that all of us remain in the chamber for the entirety of the debate on such a significant topic. It is rather hypocritical of me, I know, since I frequently nip out for a breath of fresh air, but I'm afraid that I'm the sort of person who gives advice, rather too freely on occasion, expecting to be heard if not heeded. Yet, all too often, I can be guilty of ignoring my own advice. Such, it is said, is politics. Further, I invite every member who has a view to express it today and in this forum. It is a momentous subject with a great many ramifications, whichever way the Cabinet finally decides to vote on it. Lord Mayor, before you invite members to vote on whether to debate this subject, I would ask the Chamber to consider an exchange between a judge and F.E. Smith, the famous lawyer and politician back in the day. The judge said to him, "I've been listening to you for over an hour and am none the wiser," to which the reply came, "Perhaps so, my lord, but certainly better informed." Let us hope we can improve on that today. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Lyne. And can you please confirm that you're happy to second this, Councillor Smythe?
I would like to second the motion and reserve my right to speak later in the debate.
Thank you very much. Can I have a show of hands for those that wish to debate it now? Anyone opposed? Any abstentions? In which case you now have 6 minutes to introduce the notice of motion. Councillor Lyne.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. If you had suggested to me a few months ago that I would be standing up to give my unqualified support for Vessel, let alone proposing such a motion, I would have been somewhat sceptical, and believe me, Lord Mayor, I do sceptical as well as anyone. Just ask officers who attend GNS meetings. Lord Mayor, in speaking on the subject today, I am intending to shy away from political point scoring, so any offence inferred from what I have to say would be a misconstruction, and a clever one at that. I may be wrong, although I like to think that hasn't been the case since 1978, or I might have slipped out of the chamber for a double dose of fresh air some months ago, but to my mind, there hasn't been any kind of substantive debate about Vessel in this chamber before now. Even the recent scrutiny management panel call-in was restricted to matters of process rather than dealing with the merits of the case, and any cabinet decision would inevitably have been discussed by members of the same party. This, therefore, is the first opportunity for us all to examine the issues in public, and, of course, among friends and adversaries alike. So I, for one, am grateful that Councillor Vernon-Jackson was prepared to share so much information in anticipation of the recent cabinet meeting that discussed Vessel, but it was equally surprising that, despite cross-party support from a large number of members, the decision was taken not to proceed. Lord Mayor, I understand many of the misgivings expressed at that meeting, but I don't think that they demonstrate an appreciation of the circumstances that pertain when business and society enjoy a truly mutual beneficial relationship. By way of illustration, and slightly just digressing if I may, the church I sing in on Sundays has a licensed bar. This came as something of a surprise to me when I first went there, not only for its existence, but also because its then pricing policy of charging twice the retail price of libations meant that double gins and tonic cost more than a small bottle of Perrier water. However, it was explained to me that an enterprising and gin-drinking former vicar, later Archbishop of York, had established the bar to cater for members of the clergy, choir and congregation who otherwise would go to a local hostelry, and to direct any surplus to church funds. Small though that church bar is in comparison to Vessel, it employs essentially the same principle. But on the scale envisaged for Vessel, the social benefits are potentially hugely significant and probably, in many cases, will relieve the effects of fuel poverty across the city. Obviously, the imperative is to make a general surplus to help to fund council services, otherwise under pressure from central government cuts. But the important point is that, rather like a mutual society, the surplus goes overwhelmingly to good causes. Does this mean that the company should charge the lowest price of energy? No. This is one way of forcing it out of business almost immediately, since larger competitors can always drive rivals out of the market with temporary reductions of their own. But we should aim to be in the lowest quartile of prices charged. As it is, Vessel anticipates making a surplus of about £50 per customer per year. That's less than £1 a week. And with the anticipated contribution to Community Fund, it amounts to £1.20 per customer per week. Hardly a case of profiteering by my reckoning. I can anticipate arguments against this policy, given that in theory it doesn't help mitigate fuel poverty. However, many victims of this plight are subject to higher bills with larger companies because they use key meters that are mainly excluded from lower rates available to those able to pay monthly. Further, and I don't know how many people know this, those who are in fuel debt, having run up unpaid bills over time, are more likely to have key meters and to be paying their accrued debts to these larger companies. Unusually, if not uniquely, energy companies can claim back 25% of money paid on key meters towards accrued debt. This means that those Portsmouth residents who more than likely also suffer from fuel poverty receive only £7.50 of gas or electricity for every £10 that they pay towards their already more expensively priced energy. Vessel can change this by not discriminating against key meter customers through not charging higher prices. And having purchased the existing debts of those in fuel deficit when they move to Vessel, the company can reduce the current 25% forfeit towards their negative account to, say, between 5% and 10%, using the lower interest rates available to the council. If we were to go down the white label route, I cannot believe that we would have either the margin or the scope to deliver this enormous benefit to the poorest in our city. And even if we transformed our offering at a later date to our own energy supply company, as has been suggested by a highly placed source in the new administration, I would argue that this would probably be too little to start with and too late in the final analysis to make the significant difference to the council's finances that is required far sooner. And for the record, Portsmouth does cater for the poor in other areas, such as council housing, which, no matter how you look at it, Lord Mayor, is run on a business basis. It is not wrong to make a surplus. The trick is to use it for the general good. Finally, Vessel is an energy services company. Its aim is to reduce fuel poverty not only in terms of price, but by making people aware of their energy consumption and how they can cut down on it without unnecessary discomfort. If that means persuading Portsmouth City Council and private landlords to install more energy-efficient boilers at a competitive price, then surely we should be encouraging it. And with energy coming from renewable sources, in my view, Vessel ticks all those boxes that no one else can. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lyon. Are there any amendments to be put forward? Nope. In which case, we now enter into debate, and I call Councillor Vernon Jackson.
My Lord Mayor, just to be very quick and I hope helpful, at Scrutiny Management Panel, Councillor Jones put forward a proposition, seconded by Councillor Judith Smythe, to ask the Cabinet to look at this issue again. During the meeting, as I said then, I was very happy for it to come back to Cabinet to be looked at again. This motion asks the same thing. My attitude is the same, that we're happy to have it to come back to Cabinet and to look at it in detail there. Thank you very much, my Lord Mayor, and therefore we will be abstaining.
Thank you very much, Councillor Vernon Jackson. Are there any other speakers? Councillor Smythe.
As a seconder for this motion, and indeed having supported the call in, the Labour Group now want to support this motion to call upon the Cabinet to take into account members' support for the Vessel project. Whilst there are risks, the potential rewards are considerable. Rewards for energy consumers, rewards for the environment, making a strong contribution to reducing the carbon footprint of the city, and there are rewards for the City Council's finances at a time when we need to look at generating income. Some of the concerns and fears voiced by Cabinet members at the scrutiny panel I listened to very seriously, and I am sure that they can be addressed by some cross-party work on the details of the company's policies and governance arrangements, which are still in draft. Some of these concerns can, I believe, be addressed without material change to business planning assumptions. Working together, we can make a careful and successful selection of board members for the new company. That hasn't yet been decided, and we in the Labour Party look forward to contributing to this process to give Vessel the best possible chance of achieving its full potential.
Thank you very much, Councillor Smythe. And now call Councillor Jones, please.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. there aren't many subjects, as I said previously at the Scrutiny Management Panel, that bring both the Conservative councillors in this chamber and the Labour councillors in this chamber together. But for the benefit of members of the council who weren't at the Scrutiny Management Panel, Victory Energy seems to be one of them. And actually, the subject of municipal-owned energy companies was covered on the Politics Show South on Sunday morning, and we heard about Southampton, neighbouring Southampton City Council, neighbouring Unitary Authority, who have launched Citizen Energy, which is a white label of Robin Hood. And actually, we spoke to Southampton City Council about them being involved and having a franchise plus, a white label plus of Victory Energy. And actually, I think had this had a smooth transition and we'd been able to enter the market in August of 2018 as we'd originally planned, I think that we would have had some green light there and some green shoots with Southampton over that. Unfortunately, because of the delays, that hasn't happened. I want to thank the Leader of the Council for the comments he made at the Scrutiny Management Panel and for the comments he's reiterated today, in that he has, I genuinely believe, is approaching this with an open mind, is saying if there is new information that I haven't appreciated or something has changed, then please tell me. And I think that as members in the Chamber committed to the Council owning its own energy company, it's incumbent upon us to make sure that we are highlighting those. So, why would we want to do this? What is the point of Victory Energy? First and foremost, it's about giving our citizens, people that live in this city, a stakehold in an energy company that they own. It's about making Portsmouth a greener and cleaner place. Latterly, and I have to say in defence of the current executive, this information wasn't available at the beginning of the sign-off of the full business case, but through the excellent team that we have leading Victory Energy for us, they have been able to secure a deal that means that Victory Energy will be providing its energy supply to its customers through 100% renewable sources. And if we just stop and think about that for a moment, how many competitive energy companies in this country, if you take the big six, for example, can make that pledge to their customers? And if you're looking at the big six companies, it's none. So we want our residents to have energy that comes from clean, green sources. We also want our residents to be able to benefit from the profits that energy companies hive off hundreds of billions of pounds every single year in this country. Public limited companies who are creaming off the profits of the energy market. We want our residents to be able to do that, but spend that profit back on either supporting people that are in fuel poverty by reducing or giving them grants back, or by building the new 4G pitch at the end of their road, or by building a new adventure playground, or buying thousands more books for our children's libraries. This is what we want our residents to have a stake in. We are completely committed in the Conservative group to this energy company. Now, I want to move on to a slightly more coarse reason for Victory Energy, and that is to help the people in this city that need it most. We want to be able to put money from Victory Energy into our children's social care budget, into our adult social care budget, into bus subsidies that we have debated today. Perhaps Victory Energy could be funding the return of, which bus route was it? Number 14, or whichever one it was. And they are the sort of things that Victory Energy could be choosing to do through the executive of this council. I think that it's very tempting for me, stood here today, to talk about political point scoring, and I could stand here and give you many examples of where the Liberal Democrats cabinets of past made very poor decisions about businesses they invested into. They didn't go through them with a fine-tooth comb. They didn't have Baringa and PwC writing expert reports for them. They invested on a whim and money was lost. I'm not going to dwell on that, and I'm going to abstain from slinging mud across the chamber because I don't think that that will help. But I am encouraged by the fact that the Leader of the Council has made several declarations, particularly to councillors via email and public comments he's made, that he is committed to openness and transparency. He's committed to cross-party working. And actually, having led a minority administration for 4 years, you really don't have any choice anyway. But the facts are, the majority of this council, those that could overrule the executive, have made their decision that they want this to continue. and that is 17 Conservative councillors, 1 independent and 5 Labour councillors. So the majority of this chamber wishes Victory Energy to continue. I am grateful to the Leader of the Council, as I say, to his commitment to looking at this again. I'm hoping that this will come back for a decision within the next 4 or 5 weeks so that we can move forward, so that hopefully the citizens of this beautiful city are able to enjoy energy at not only a cheaper price than the big six, but also a renewable energy source and having a stake in their own energy, in their own futures, and being able to choose where they want that money to be spent. And I'm very, very grateful to the Executive for considering this again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Jones. And now call Councillor Ferret.
Thanks, Lord Mayor. Fortunately, there is a 6-minute limit in this debate and not an unlimited amount of time as we had at the Scrutiny Management Panel. And anyone who sat on that panel hearing will know that it seemed as though that was unending, that that meeting was going to go on forever. My Friday night disappeared anyway, so I didn't get my gin and tonic in the Eastney Tavern on that particular Friday night. But it was not particularly edifying in terms of what happened at that meeting. Surreal event that Councillor Vernon Jackson agreed to the call-in, and then Councillor Vernon Jackson and Councillor Jones spent the next 90 minutes taking lumps out of each other, having already agreed to the call-in. And then we took a vote at the end about calling in the decision. So I hope people can work together on this, and I particularly asked the council leader and Councillor Jones to work on this. Clearly, Councillor Jones spent a few years there as council leader, worked on this particular project. I think there is, a lot of support in this chamber. I accept that the Liberal Democrats as a group took a different decision, but I hope they can sit down and look at all the evidence again and try and work closely with the other parties, because this is just too important to be part of a petty political dispute. This is about the future of how this council supports itself and supports public services. I think Councillor Jones is right in terms of those things that we've spoken about this afternoon and that we would like to have. We're going to have to find ways, we're going to have to look outside the box in terms of how we fund them, because unfortunately, I think Councillor Stubbs is right that the squeeze in terms of public finances and the amount of money that's available to councils is not going to stop. So my own view is this proposal, the energy company ticks all the boxes, as very eloquently put by Councillor Lyons. Let's work together on this because I think it's something that we drastically need.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ferret. I now call on Councillor Lyons to sum up, please.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. There wasn't really much to add in terms of the debate because it was quite a breeze, really. But I would like to say that there is a lesson for all of us in the way that Vessel was conceived and very nearly came about almost unnoticed, except as a footnote in the budget or in brief outline as an agenda item for the previous administration's cabinet meetings. Had we retained power in May, doubtless Vessel would have commenced operations by now, as, in my opinion, it should. However, those in the know might have been defending the project in the face of quizzical opposition from those much less well informed. It is a failure of the way that we are governed in this council that officers were both minded and able to keep the Vessel project under wraps, a decision that may well have scuppered such an innovative scheme. As we know from the briefings that many of us attended, it would have been better to engage members earlier and more completely in the process, presumably on a political rather than just an economic basis. And there appears to have been no genuine commercial reason for keeping so many of us in the dark for so long. Finally, may I remind the Chamber of certain less than judicious decisions that may have been made by this retread of a previous Lib Dem administration, twice shy, having been bitten hard in their softest parts. There's my Bête Noire, MMD, a banana importing company with an unlimited cash commitment from the council and currently funded to the tune of some £20 million. A salutary lesson that politicians, whether named Miliband or anything else, should steer clear of bananas, skins and all. Or the Pyramids, another name with unfortunate financial connotations, where the management were paid fat fees regardless of their performances. Both have cost Portsmouth far more than anticipated. And I don't blame the administration for this. We went into all of these projects in good faith. But neither of them received the professional assessments and investigative accountancy reports that were commissioned for Vessel. The point is that there are other places in the UK to offload bananas, and it's nuts to imagine otherwise. And no one is forced to buy an expensive membership to their local leisure centre. However, everyone needs energy in their homes and daily lives. It's not an optional luxury. Hitherto, large companies have operated in Portsmouth with, understandably, nothing more than a commercial interest. If we own the company, we can decide policy, and we can tailor it to meet the needs of the most vulnerable. So I would urge this administration to take the bull by the horns, look around and see the cross-party support for the principle, and for goodness sake, just make it happen. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councillor Brent.
Lord Mayor, I'd like to propose a recorded vote.
Okay, I need to see 8 people standing to trigger a recorded vote. Yeah, recorded vote is triggered. In which case, we now have system recording votes, if you want to...
Yes. Okay, Lord Mayor, as a recorded vote's been triggered, obviously we'll move to the vote, and if those who are in favour of the motion could stand and sit as their name is called, please.
Yes, as if you support the notice of motion as proposed,
Yes.
you need to stand, and then as your name is called out, you sit down.
Okay.
I just suddenly realised there's quite a few new members in the chamber, and this will be your first recorded vote, so... Okay.
That's fine.
Those that support this motion.
Okay. So this is those that are in support of the motion as presented for Victory Energy. So if they could, as I call their name out, if they could sit,
Shall I call
please.
the names out?
I'm happy to do it. That's fine. Thank you. Right. Councillor Coles, Councillor Smythe, Councillor Fielding, Councillor Chowdhury, Councillor Jonas, Councillor Jones, Councillor Stubbs, Councillor Peter Harris, Councillor Hockaday, Councillor Ryan Brent, Councillor Tompkins, Councillor Robert New, Councillor Lyon, Councillor Lee Mason, Councillor Young, Councillor Swan, Councillor Ferret, Councillor Gemma New, Councillor Joe Hooper. Okay, we're just jotting that down on there. Okay, I think that's everyone. Right, if those who are against the motion could please stand and sit as their name is called, please. Okay, that doesn't appear to be any call now. Those who wish to abstain, if they could stand and sit as their name is called out, please. Councillor Sanders, Councillor Stagg, Councillor Pitt, Councillor Vernon Jackson, Councillor Hugh Mason, Councillor Madden, Councillor Vazacali, Councillor Rob Wood, Councillor Smith, Councillor Udi, Councillor Ashmore, Councillor Fuller, Councillor Horton, Councillor Jenny Brent, Councillor Winnington, Councillor Purvis and Councillor Dowling. Although we'll just tally up the numbers for you.
Yep. We have 19 in favour, 0 against and 17 abstentions. Therefore, it is carried. Thank you. That concludes this motion, and we move on to the next motion, H. Motion H, consensus count for armed forces community, proposed by Councillor Saunders and seconded by Councillor Smith. The mover of this motion now has up to 3 minutes on the question only as to whether the motion should be debated today or stand referred to another council body for consideration. Councillor Saunders.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. This is the first meeting we've had since July. It's also the first since the Council was awarded the Gold Award within the Defence Employer Recognition Service. It is consistent with that we must not rest on our laurels and continue to ensure that we have all the tools available to deliver the best services for our armed forces, in particular our Navy. I think that's best served by discussing it today.
Thank you very much. All those in favour of... actually, is it formally seconded?
I haven't had a second yet.
Councillor Smith, do you formally second it? And cool. All those in favour of debating it tonight? All those against? And abstentions? Therefore, you now have 6 minutes to put forward your notice of motion, please.
Council will be delighted to know I will not take 6 minutes on this. That may be the length of the debate, I don't know. Thank you, Lord Mayor. This council has much to be proud of concerning its approach to the armed forces. It's something that crucially has the support, across party. When last in power, Liberal Democrats oversaw the signing of the Armed Forces Covenant. Our Conservative successors with cross-party support brought us into the Defence Employer Recognition Service. The support of Labour and independent colleagues has been steadfast over the years, and we're now one of only 21 councils across the country to receive that Gold Award. And it's welcome and it's crucial in terms of the perception we have in terms of our relationship with the armed forces that the council leader is the city's armed forces champion, and I'm delighted that the former champion, Councillor Jonas, is acting as the armed forces ambassador. I rarely praise officers, I'm told not to, but under the excellent management of Caroline Hopper, we are now exemplars to private and public organisations both in our city and in our region. As evidenced by our motion on the naval base, Council believes that Portsmouth should continue to be the home of our Royal Navy and advocates strongly for it. It also means we must incorporate the role of both serving and veteran armed forces personnel in all our planning. However, to do that, in some ways, we do it with our hands tied behind our backs because we simply don't have the level of data required to support the work we want to do. The sad fact, according to the Royal British Legion, is that we know more about this country's Jedi Knight population than we do about its armed forces. This disgrace must end. Thank you very much at the back there. The quickest way to do that is to include questions about our armed forces in the 2021 census. That is why the Royal British Legion's campaign on this is so timely. It is the Legion's research that has led to a figure of between 6.5 and 6.7 million members of our armed forces community in the United Kingdom. That's 1 in 10 of our total population. The Legion's 2014 household survey of the ex-service community estimated around 2.8 million veterans living in the UK, along with 2.1 million dependent adults, including spouses and widows, 1 million dependent children, and between 190 to 290,000 hidden members of the ex-service community who reside in communal establishments such as care homes. We know from the work we do in trying to bring veterans back into civilian life, also to try and deal with veterans who happen to sleep rough and who want to have a positive future, that to have the proper data will help us planning, not just plan the best services for them, not just in the short term, but in the long term. The questions in the 2011 census on the armed forces, I hope you're okay, Gemma. Are you all right? Okay, that's fine. I'll get you some water later. On the armed forces, basically whether a member of the armed forces usually lived at their address and whether the respondent usually lived at an armed forces base for over 30 days a year may have helped with serving personnel, but does not go anywhere near the information required for any council, especially one like Portsmouth, to plan future services, particularly for veterans, in a systematic way. Now, I know that this has been a long meeting, although slightly shorter than some of us feared. Given that I suspect we will wind up violently agreeing on this motion, I do not want to speak for longer than necessary. I'm sure Councillor Lyon will be enthusiastic about that. I would merely ask... Oh, he's gone. That's how enthusiastic he was. I would merely ask, Lord Mayor, that colleagues agree to this motion and pressurise Parliament, ideally through both Penny Mordaunt and Stephen Morgan, our two MPs, to ensure that our armed forces are counted in fully and properly to the next census. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Sanders. Any amendments proposed? No. In which case, the debate is now open. Well, you did second before, but you can second again now.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I think it's important. I will be brief. It's been a long meeting, but it is important to say these things. Yep. First, to thank Caroline Hopper for all her hard work, and Councillor Jonas before this administration as the champion for the Armed Forces Covenant. Without both of those people, I don't think we would have got gold awards, so I think you've done an excellent job. I think it's also important that we are reminded today of what the Armed Forces Covenant is. And the Armed Forces Covenant is a promise from the nation that those who serve or have served in the British military and their families will not be disadvantaged by their service. And that's a really important part of the covenant. As a signatory of the Forces Partnership Board, we have comprehensive statistics on the size of the demographic. But what we don't have is being able to fill in those gaps of where these people are, what services they've come from, how many people were in the armed forces and the reservists. So there's always gaps in that data, which is where the 2021 census comes in. And that's being compiled, and legislation is going in 2019, which is why it's important to have this motion now from the Royal British Legion, and will confirm the questions to be asked. So it's imperative that we use this opportunity to gain meaningful data. It is clear that this data gained in the 2021 census will shape employment and mental health services for many years to come. However, it starts with the armed forces, but will continue to influence the lessons learned for all employment. And I think it's really important that we then support this endeavour. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Smith. I now have Councillor Winnington, please.
Yeah, thank you, my Lord Mayor. I'll be brief. I'd just like to say how important I think this motion is, and how important we do have that understanding of where our veterans are, where our serving personnel are, because it really does make such a difference. I'm actually wearing my combat stress tie today. It's my favourite charity because I know how much work they do with veterans. Yeah, excellent. So combat stress for the Lord Mayor as well. And it's such a... There's so many charities out there, so many organisations that work with our serving families and our veterans. And if we don't know where they are, if we don't know which areas have real concentrations of them, we can't help them as much. And you only have to go out, and this is one of those most distressing things. We've in recent weeks, we've been looking at homeless strategy, etc., a cabinet and beyond, and the homeless working group. And it's so distressing when you come across someone who's a veteran who just haven't had that support. And often it's because wherever they were living, people didn't know they were veterans, people didn't know their backgrounds. Maybe they were serving as well, and again, they were in an area where there wasn't many serving personnel, and they just got very isolated, and then leaving the service, it just made it worse. So this is a great campaign from the British Legion. This is something we should really get behind of, and as Councillor Smith said, and Councillor Sanders, it really is tribute to the work that everyone have done, officers and members who have really pushed for us to have the real care we show to veterans and do the very best we can. And this is one of the ways we can do that and make a real difference through our MPs, through what we say as a council, nationally as well. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you much, Councillor Winton. I now call Councillor Hooper, please.
Sorry, I'm going to have to cough because I don't want to do a Theresa May and I'm not feeling too well. Right. Absolutely wonderful, isn't it, today, that we all seem to be singing from the same consensus song sheet where our armed forces veterans are concerned. I recall during the last meeting the Liberal Democrats' statement recognising veteran discord and estrangement. Their notice of motion referred to it as, and I quote, the disturbing disconnect among newer armed forces veterans who feel increasingly alienated in wider society. Compelling words indeed that fostered unity in this chamber. Therefore, in the spirit of such commonality, especially as the centenary of World War I ending approaches, I am eager to see the installation of what has been referred to colloquially as the Dannet figures across our city of Portsmouth, a place with a proud military pedigree that will pause this year with a special sense of poignancy as we remember, approximately, our 6,500 Pompey lads who didn't return from the killing fields of the Great War. If members are not aware, these are the 6-foot-high imposing silhouette statues and are known officially as the There But Not There figures. They have been installed nationwide as a collective representation of respect as we approach the centenary of World War I ending and reflect upon the slaughter and sacrifice that devastated so many lives. Local councils have been invited to participate, reflecting their role in representing wider society. And it is hoped that widespread local authority participation will enable every British village, town and city to remember each and every man who sacrificed his life in World War I. Indeed, figures have now been purchased nationwide and proudly stand in all manner of locations across the south of England. The aim of this project is to commemorate, educate and I emphasise heal. Crucially, especially given we agreed as a council that we must be doing more to support veterans, and I quote, the There But Not There project aims to heal today's veterans who are suffering from the mental and physical wounds of their service by raising substantial funds through the sale of our Tommies. The large figures cost £750, and given that we share, as a council, the exact same objective as the project, namely to help heal veterans, I am keen to see the city participate. However, my confidence is not buoyant, given I received official correspondence on the 10th of September that acknowledged, and I quote, PCC were heavily committed to First World War commemorations throughout the city, but plans did not exist for the city to purchase one. Purchase a Dannet figure. Time is now ticking, and I hope this council will be purchasing these figures to show their commitment to veterans is a genuine one, and in time for remembrance. After all, whether dead or alive, if you disrespect the memory of those who have perished in service, you wound all of those who are currently serving and their veteran counterparts. The very people this administration has said they want to support today. I would also add that my Conservative colleagues proudly put £80,000 into the budget this February to support military commemorations in the year 2018 to 19, especially the 100-year anniversary of the ending of World War I.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hooper. I now call Councillor Vernon Jackson.
Thank you very much indeed. The last piece of information, Councillor Hooper, is enormously welcome to be heard. We haven't, I haven't been told by Chris Ward that there's this money around in the budget, but thank you very much for highlighting that. That's good, because that gives us a route for paying things that I was having to find other routes to pay for. Just to help, working with the UK Forgotten Veterans on getting some of these installed, and they will be going in.
Thank you, Councillor Vernon Jackson. Is this a point of order? If you're calling a point of...
Gerald, I'm sorry, Councillor Vernon Jackson. I had a conversation with Gary Weaving, who's obviously the founder. He has told me about his own plywood statue, but they are very different to the Dannet statues. Yes, I do have a series of emails.
Yeah. Okay, it might be worthwhile you both having a discussion outside of the... If you wish to respond, a point of clarification, but we could end up going in cycles.
Let's talk. My understanding from Gary was they were the official ones, but there are also other plans of things we're going to do which are different. Okay.
Okay. Any further requests to speak? No. In which case, Sanders, if you'd like to, Councillor Sanders, if you'd like to sum up, please.
Thank you. Well, that was slightly longer than 6 minutes, but just to say I have got both Councillor New and Councillor Hooper extra water to try and, or at least I've got the team outside to do that because we can't have coughing throughout the remaining 5 hours of this meeting. I'm delighted, as I expected, that we were violently agreeing. I'm sure that Councillor Hooper and Councillor Vernon Jackson will sit down and talk so we can thrash these things out. That shows the consensus we have around looking after our armed forces, and I don't need to say anything else. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much for being so succinct. Can we see all those in favour of the notice of motion? All those against? Any abstentions? That's carried unanimously again. In which case that concludes today's notice of motion, and we move on to questions from members of the public under section 17. Members, there are 10 questions under Standing Order 17 that have been previously circulated to you. As you know, there's a total of 45 minutes allocated, unless anyone wishes to suspend standing orders to deal with these questions. Can I remind everyone that the member asking the original question may ask up to 2 supplementary questions that must arise directly out of the original question. Any other member is limited to 1 supplementary question that must arise directly out of the original question or the replies. Therefore, moving forward to question 1, Councillor Stubbs. Councillor Stagg.
Thank you. Yes, the design has been already done. I've asked the officers to send you a copy of it. It'll obviously be subject to a TRO. There'll be a loss of between 6 and 8 car parking spaces, but it is likely to go in spring or summer at the very latest.
Thank you much. Councillor Stubbs.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you for the response. Obviously, you know, these things generate a bit of local concern when there's a bit of uncertainty about what's going on. I would certainly appreciate an opportunity, and I think residents would discuss the details of this before anything's fully committed. So if you could send me those details, perhaps we have a further discussion about it after that.
So yes, I've said I've already asked the officer to send them to you. Okay.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. As part of the 2018-19 capital programme under the Central Corridor proposal, can the Cabinet member confirm if there will be any traffic light signals placed on the Portsbridge roundabout which neighbours Hilsey and Coshenwood? If so, will residents be consulted?
I have no idea, but I will check.
Okay. Any more questions? No. In that case, question 2 falls. Councillor Morgan is not present, so a written answer will be provided in accordance with Standing Order 17A. And moving on to question 3 from Councillor Peter Harris, please.
Oh, he's not here, is he, Stephen Morgan? Oh, yeah, question in my name.
Councillor Saunders.
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Peter Harris, as well. Work on these 2 blocks has had a significant impact on the HRA. Last year's decision, for instance, by the then Conservative administration to declad them, made, as officers have confirmed to me, without knowing whether we would get any money back, has cost the HRA more than £2 million. This cost was previously met from the HRA in 2017-2018, and it is a decision I and the rest of the administration support. The ongoing revenue loss resulting from the decision to follow independent building research establishment advice and move people from these blocks is around £2 million in rental income per year. This will be a direct reduction in the amount of income that the HRA will receive. That loss of income will need to be reflected in the dwelling rents line of the 2019-2020 budget currently being put together by the Housing Service. The exact level of savings required will not be known until the process has been completed. However, the £2 million figure is misleading. The council is expecting that the loss of the 2 blocks will reduce its maintenance bill annually by around £490,000, cutting the net cost to the council to around £1.5 million. However, this is not all. If we had done nothing, not followed the advice and had done nothing, we would still have to pay for the mitigation measures. Now, I hope Lord Mayor colleagues will understand that I will not talk about commercially confidential information here, and that involves some of the mitigation measures. However, based on the figures I have seen, these bills mean that the net cost of this project to ongoing HRA revenue is closer to £1 million rather than £2 million per year. The net loss of income will be met from the housing revenue account, and the Director of Housing, Neighbourhoods and Buildings is working alongside other colleagues to devise a savings plan to meet these costs. However, there's one simple truth amid all these figures. As a landlord, especially after the horror of the fire at Grenfell Tower and the shocking revelations emerging almost on a daily basis from the inquiry into it, our first priority is to be decent and responsible and put resident safety, not counting beans, first. Lib Dems have done that, as did our Conservative predecessors. Conservative and Labour councils in similar situations across the country are telling us that is their approach. I hope we can continue this consensus as we've done for the last 5 hours, 38 minutes, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Peter-House, do you have a second question?
Thank you for that, Councillor Sanders. Can you confirm to me what impact moving people out of Horatio and Leamington has had on the housing list for other residents being rehoused?
Councillor Sanders.
Thank you, Scott. The short answer is some, but less than people might fear. We have about 900 void properties that come through every year. Between 900 and 950, it depends on whether you include Lee Park, Weacott Farm, Cookhorn, the areas that we have outside the city. The number of properties occupied at the time of the start of this process in Leamington and Horatio was 247. So clearly it has some impact, but it's 247 out of about 900 to 950. And Scott, we've been very, very open and very clear with people from the start that this will have, both Gerald and myself in media interviews on day one of this project said that it would have some impact on that list. We've never lied because it's pointless lying. But it's very clear it is some, but it's not catastrophic. And we've been very clear about that. But as I said, the alternative is to ignore independent advice, which I'm happy to read out, and do nothing. And that, as a responsible landlord, is not acceptable.
Councillor Peter-House, you have a second supplementary.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Can the Cabinet member confirm to me that our most vulnerable in society, people with disabilities, people with mental health issues, have been placed as a higher priority from Leamington and Horatio than other residents?
Thank you again, Scott. The answer is that is the advice I have given council officers. I'm more than happy to double check that that is the case. I mean, thank you, Scott. You've mentioned the circulation thing, and I'm more than happy to circulate that to colleagues. That was certainly advice I've been given. Certainly, when it's come to the broad approach, has been to bring people out from the top down. However, there are certain cases, particularly with people with severe disabilities, whereby they have gone up the list. So, as I said, Scott, I've asked. They should have done. I'll check, just to be brief.
Thank you. Councillor Jones.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Will the Cabinet member confirm if he knows how much it will cost to undertake the repairs the Executive have been advised are required to Horatio and Leamington? And if he has that figure, will he commit to sharing that with members of the opposition on confidential papers?
Such information will be shared in the usual way, as with all confidential briefings. We have got... We are looking at options. We will have a clearer idea when we see those detailed options, which is going to be very shortly. One of the things I've instructed officers is to make sure that it is right, not rushed, because this is an opportunity for a lot of work in future. Also, we have a significant unknown, as you know, Councillor Jones, which is that the government has, in my view, rightly, freed up removed the borrowing cap for what we understand is development. We have to see the small print of that. I took particular note of Councillor New's comments on that, which are absolutely correct, and that may actually affect what we do. So the answer is, I have seen fingers in wind, but that's not good enough. I want to make sure we've got detailed options that can be put forward. Yes, they will be circulated, and yes, they will be circulated to colleagues as in the normal way.
Thank you. Councillor Stubbs, please.
Thank you, Councillor Sanders, for confirming the £1.5 million number. Is that something which is going to be dealt with in one go in January as an additional saving required from the Housing Revenue account this coming January, or is it going to be phased over a longer period?
That is a subject with which I'm discussing with officers, and once we see the full figures, then that is done. As I've said, it's part of the process that we are doing, and I said the exact level of savings and also when it is phased, it will not be known until the process has been completed. But we do have a precedent, which is your administration's decision to declad the blocks, and that is that the cost was previously met from the HRA in 2017-18, so that was an in-year saving that you chose, I believe rightly, to make, and that any income which may come back, which is particularly around the costs of decladding, so only part of the cost would come back in this financial year if we received it. So we have a precedent from your administration, and I'm awaiting on the full details from officers about how we bring it forwards.
Councillor Madden, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. So two questions, an A and a B. Are you in a position to read Councillor Peter Harris and Councillor Jones' mind? Because are they suggesting that we should not have decanted Leamington and Horatio, no matter what the cost might be and from whatever person it might be?
I'm always nervous about reading colleagues' minds, not least yours, Councillor Madden. I don't know. What does concern me is the need to make sure we have a continued consensus around putting residents' safety first, not counting beans. This administration has been very clear that we have a people-centred approach. I know that Councillor Stubbs, in his written deputations to the Cabinet meeting last week, did actually align the revenue loss in income from this bit of the project, rather than the bit of the project that his administration had authorised, alongside the overspends in adults and children's social care, saying that we were raiding the reserves, which in the HRA are slightly better than the general fund reserves. I think our view, I hope that's not the case. I hope that we will continue to work together, and that you will continue your policy in power of putting residents first. I hope that is true. I hope that can continue to be confirmed, because that is the approach that Conservative and Labour councillors are telling us, in similar circumstances to us, they are going to take. We've spent, as I say, 5 minutes now, 5 hours, 46 minutes, going through a period of consensus, and I trust that will continue. I can't read their minds, Councillor Madden, but I'm sure they will confirm that the consensus of putting residents first will continue.
Thank you. Councillor Fair, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question is the decanting of residents from the tower blocks going to have an impact on the availability of emergency and temporary accommodation? I did have someone at my surgery who was being offered temporary or emergency accommodation in Woking. That seemed somewhat excessive in terms of distance away, but if you could clarify the impact that the decanting is having on that point, that would be useful.
I'll check with officers the strict answer to your question, and I think that's absolutely fine, John, and feel free to refer that particular person to me. The major issue, as I understand, the issue around temporary accommodation is actually the biggest single problem we face within the housing service at present. And that is because, rightly, we're taking on the burdens that come from the Homelessness Reduction Act, which is absolutely correct, but I would be lying if I said that it didn't have an impact on temporary accommodation. It's forcing more people into bed and breakfast. I've already asked for the service to put in place plans to deal with that. I think it's more the Homelessness Reduction Act that is affecting temporary accommodation. That's the advice I'm getting. It may be wrong, John. Rather than the decamp, which I said does have an impact on the throughput of voids, but there is an issue around temporary accommodation that comes from the Homelessness Reduction Act rather than the decanting, but I will check the exact percentages. John.
Councillor Brent.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Can the Cabinet Member advise us when you have an agreed plan to repair the blocks and share the costs and details?
Thank you, Councillor Ryan Brent. Shortly, and I don't think I'm talking weeks. I've already had one meeting to discuss with officers the potential redevelopment options. They were told go away and do it again because I want to make sure we generate as much value for money. Since then, Ryan, however, we have had the government announcement about the removal of the borrowing cap, which I think is a game changer for this city, for many other councils. I know Gerald tells me he spent far too long in the Treasury lobbying people about it. It is the right thing to do, but we'd be mad to carry on with plans like this for buildings like this, Ryan, without understanding the small print of what could be something that could change things massively and for the better in an area you and I know very well.
Thank you much. Councillor Chowdhury.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'd just like to ask same question which Councillor John Perrott asked Councillor Sandra. I'd like to get this information by the email when you get from the officer all the effect and changing coming to the residents. That's all.
I repeat the answer I gave a couple of minutes ago, Yaya.
I'm afraid it's only one question, so even if he feel he doesn't answer it. Any more questions? No, in which case we move on to question 4, which is Councillor Jones' question to Councillor Dowling.
A question 4 in my name. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Jones, for the question. For a detailed answer, I direct you to the Cabinet document that went to Cabinet last week on the 9th of October, but just reading from that paper, section 3.4, to date circa £146 million, inclusive of all costs, of the £183 million available has been invested and is generating an income of £8.4 million per annum, leaving a further £37 million of funding available for future property purchases.
Councillor Jones.
Thank you very much. Would the Cabinet member agree to share the business case for the bid for St James's Hospital that the Lib Dem Cabinet have recently made with any member of the City Council who requests it on confidential papers if required, honouring the Liberal Democrat commitment to openness, transparency and cross-party working?
I had further conversation with the Director of Regeneration maybe an hour before this meeting started today, and the advice still stood that I've personally been given. And I'm very happy for you to go and speak to him, as I know you've spoken to other officers, that it should not be shared whilst the negotiation is in process. But I'm happy to go and have that conversation again, and I'm also happy to meet with the Director of Regeneration with yourself, Councillor Jones, if that's useful.
Lord Mayor, this
Councillor
is not my
Jones.
second supplementary, this is a point of order from that, and I can talk to Councillor Dowling after this, but the City Solicitor who is present in the room has put it in writing to me. It is the executive decision about whether or not to share that bid with me and the business case that supports it, and that there is not an objection from officers. It is down to the executive to make that decision. I will now move on to my second point, and I'll leave that with the Liberal Democrats to ponder whether they want to honour their pledge of openness, transparency and cross-party working. I believe members of this chamber have a right to see the bid and the business case, owing to the fact it's likely to cost millions of pounds. Moving on to my next question. Will the Cabinet member agree to appoint a councillor from the Labour and Conservative groups, and potentially an independent as well, onto the board of Ravlin Limited, or whatever arm's-length council-owned company they'll be using to deliver the new housing and regeneration projects announced by the Cabinet at the last Cabinet meeting?
Just in quick response to the comments before the question, as I say, very happy to sit down with you. Also very happy to sit down with you and the City Solicitor if that's a helpful route forward. Clearly you've been given slightly different advice, and I want to be clear, we are open and transparent about these situations. I agree that it is my decision, but I also make decisions based on advice from people who are paid considerably more than me to be much more qualified than I am. So very happy to sit down on that topic. And I've now completely forgotten the actual Ravlin. In terms of the Board of Directors, currently seeking advice, we've had a number of papers done, one by an external person, one by someone internal, looking at what that board looks like. I'm currently leaning towards, and will be speaking to the Cabinet about, saying that we'll have no politicians on it, because of a mixture of public perception as well as government perception of what, how removed that company is from the council. But no decision has been made. Very happy to have a discussion about it. Very happy to have a conversation about it, and will continue to seek advice before making a final decision.
Councillor Stubbs, please.
With respect to St James's, and if you're looking to develop that from any of this funding, you've been quoted in the press as talking about building affordable housing on St James's, which is quite remarkable because anyone would tell you affordable housing always requires a subsidy, and listed buildings cost massively more to develop than any other kind of building. What's your business secret? How come you know more about house building than any house builder?
We're looking at all options.
Councillor Ferret, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It's really good to hear that the property investment portfolio is raising £8.4 million, which will go towards mitigating some of the cuts that we are facing. Will the Cabinet member join me in congratulating the previous administration for their vision in setting up the property investment portfolio?
I'm happy to say that the investment portfolio is a sensible move for this council to make. I'm glad that it was approved by full council, and I'm glad it's bringing in money to support vital services for the city.
Councillor Peter Harris, please.
Thank you. By announcing the Doyle Avenue site in Hillsey will be developed by the arm's length property company Ravlin, when did the Cabinet member believe that residents should be consulted?
My hope is that residents will be consulted on an ongoing basis at various points within the process, both by the council and by Ravlin, and there will also obviously be a statutory planning process that it will go through, which in itself will also involve community consultation. I'm very happy to have further discussion with ward members if that's useful about that issue in particular.
Councillor Sanders, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Could the Cabinet member agree with me that the concept of actually putting in a bid for St James's Hospital is most welcome by people in the Milton and Greater Milton areas as an example of investment and an example of actually dealing with something that will meet the needs of the city and not developers?
Yes, absolutely. This has been a major issue for local people, not just in Milton and Bathurst, but actually across the city, that people have wanted the council to address. I'm really pleased that since taking control of the council in May, we've been trying to do that.
Councillor Purvis, please.
Can the Cabinet member tell me whether the large number of properties we've purchased so far are currently worth more or less than we paid for them at the time?
I would refer the, being aware that this is a public meeting, I'd refer the councillor to the orange papers circulated to all councillors for the Cabinet paper last week. But happy to discuss with elected officials.
Councillor Vernon Jackson.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I wonder if the Cabinet member would agree with me that if the cap on borrowing is lifted in the way in which we all hope that it will be lifted by Treasury, that the need for Ravlin Housing Association Housing Company will disappear because the council will then be able to be able to do the building and the investment directly.
I think it's important that the council looks at all options, and I hope that the borrowing cap changes are exactly what we hope for, but I think until we have absolute clarity, we need to continue down a route of assessing all options on an ongoing basis.
Councillor Brent, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I think this could be a potential interesting answer. I mean, if you think that arguably the Liberal Democrats may say one thing and do another, there was a lot of criticism about the previous administration owning properties outside of the area and investing outside of the area. Could the Cabinet member advise me what's the change in the circumstance that's occurred that meant that now you're supporting the ownership of property outside of the area?
I've always been supportive of the use of an investment fund. I've got a stated position that the council should be actively investing in the city. I'm really pleased that whilst outside of this fund, since taking control of the city council, we have been actively investing in the city. One example being the Eberhard Signs site at the bottom of the N275, which will go towards the redevelopment of Portsmouth International Port. Obviously, the bid to buy St James is also an active move by this administration to invest in the City Council. We are also actively seeking properties for the Property Investment Fund, both inside and outside of Portsmouth, to get the best value for the city.
Thank you. Councillor New, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. So would you agree with me then that you and your administrations are a bunch of hypocrites?
No.
Okay, no further questions on that. Moving on to question 5 from Councillor Coles to, again, Councillor Downing.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. What action is the Council taking to support Fratton Big Local with their continued projects to improve life for all in this community?
So I think the short answer is lots, and there are a number of things I'm happy to talk about, but the Council does support Fratton Big Local, particularly through staff time. I think that's probably the number one thing that we utilise in terms of supporting Fratton Big Local, but we also have a certain level of buying power, and where appropriate, certain funding streams such as SIL or Section 106 monies. Some projects might include Fratton Family Festival, which we've been very supportive of, and the Christmas celebration. Christmas lights in Fratton were partly funded by PCC and partly funded by Fratton Big Local. We've supporting new banners in Fratton Road, which were charged at the local authority rates by Bay Media through a joint project with Fratton Big Local and PCC. And then I suppose the other obvious projects we've worked on as a council is also the REC. I've got various things. I could go on for quite a while on this topic. Very happy to share the information I have. I think one thing that is worth mentioning is that back when we had a community engagement team, or whatever, James Sandy's team, James sat on the board for Fratton Big Local as a council officer. When James's team no longer existed for austerity reasons, that position was never replaced. So relationship with Fratton Big Local has been on a case-by-case basis. So when they've had certain things that they want to work with the council on or need help from the council on, we've tried to respond in an active way, but I'm very happy to revisit should we have more of an official representative in that way. I'm not sure, but happy to speak to ward councillors in particular if you want to discuss that. But if you have specific questions, I'm happy to either answer them if I know, or obviously go away and find the answers if I don't know.
Thank you very much. Councillor Coles, do you have any other questions? Okay, moving on then to question 6 from Councillor Stubbs, again to Councillor Downing.
Question 6.
Yes, and they should be up in time for the Christmas light switch on event, which I hope all councillors will be supporting. It's on the 22nd of November.
And in which case, could the designs be shared with members to see if we've got any comments on them? I mean, I say that because when we put up hoardings along the, not Market Way, we have one Hope Street. I mean, we actually shared that with a few members of the public, which did result in some changes before work was commissioned.
Yes, very happy to get comments back on the designs. I believe they are sort of 90% there, but I'm told they're similar to those on Hope Street, as you mentioned. But yeah, happy to do that.
Another supplementary. Councillor Udi.
Could the cabinet member explain to me what a vinyl is? Because all I can think about is records.
It's a plastic sheet that you stick in a window to make a shop front that's vacant look better.
Okay, no further questions there. Moving on to question 7 from Councillor Stubbs to Councillor Vernon Jackson.
7.
Week in November.
And can I just confirm this for my information on that? So that will be, we're looking to publish a revenue budget and broadly follow the same pattern of doing the capital budget in the following year. Okay.
Do I have to make my nod official?
No. That is official.
Any more supplementaries, Councillor Stubbs?
No, I'm happy with it.
Okay. Moving on fast to number 8, Councillor Stubbs to Councillor Stagg.
8.
Oh, thank you. Yes, it's in the Tertiary Road Network programme. It's a medium priority. The programme is a 3-year programme. This is the last year of this particular cycle of the programme. So it should be done in spring or summer, but it has to go through a validation process first. In other words, they examine the road. And at the moment, it doesn't seem to have deteriorated at all, according to the experts. I'm no expert in the last 2 years, but they will look at it. And if it has, then they will redo it. Spring, summer, no date has been fixed yet because they haven't actually fixed the full programme. But it will be when the weather gets a bit better.
Sorry, can I just clarify? So you're looking at spring and summer for the roads that go into the programme, but at this point you haven't decided which roads are going into the programme.
Should be that spring or summer that it will actually be resurfaced.
Okay, no further questions, and it's Councillor Stubbs again. Question 9 to Councillor Stagg, please.
Question 9.
No.
So just for clarity again, because we did have, obviously cameras were taken out some years ago. Since then, the digital cameras now, so don't have a running cost in the same way. The police did make an approach when we were in administration, I don't know when that was, year and a half ago. I imagine they've done the same thing again. So you're confirming that you've knocked that back?
I'm not aware of the police having made any approach to us. And we were originally back in 2008, 2010 in the Safer Roads Partnership with Hampshire and the Isle of Wight. And then I think it was Councillor Fazackley, when he was portfolio holder, took them out because it was costing us a fortune. I think my last year in office was £390,000 a year, and it was the police that were getting all the money from the fines. And we've got, I mean, we can call in the police and the road policing team if there are any areas where we have got problems. For example, we have our mobile CCTV cameras, or residents will let us know if there are areas where there are particular problems. If there are particular... Councillor Jones, thank you. So if anything shows up, we get the police in and they will do a hotspot. Okay.
Councillor Stubbs, another supplementary. In which case, Councillor Fazackley.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Sorry, would the Cabinet member agree with me that the incumbent TNT member who took the decision at the time to discontinue the fixed-speed cameras should be recognised perhaps by a plaque somewhere or something like that?
Councillor Fazackley, what colour would you like? Would it be orange? Would it be green? Would it be blue? Would it be red?
Anyone knows, isn't it? Okay, no further questions. We're moving on to question 10. Councillor Stubbs to be answered by Councillor Downing, please.
Question 10.
The exact number and nature of potential pop-ups is yet to be decided. We're kind of waiting for the demolitions to take place, which we're hoping will be, well, not hoping, it's confirmed for the second week in November. And any future valuation will be determined by the valuation office. Similar rateable concessions in the city would suggest a rateable value of around between 5,500 and 6,500.
Councillor Stubbs, supplementary.
Obviously, these have to go in as written questions, but the concern that underlies it is things like what happened some years ago when we had the coffee cup in Guildhall Square, which attracted next to no revenue at all, but because you had a business there, it kind of took away business rates from somewhere else, so it put a hole in the budget, even though you couldn't tell exactly where it was. So really what I'm looking for is some, are these units going to be, I don't know if it's public highway or not, so are they going to be on public highway concessions? And you do need to think, I mean, what I'm getting at is you do need to think about the damage potentially, or at least take into account, the effect you can have on businesses elsewhere and take the whole thing into account.
I take the member's point, and we'll do a full financial appraisal on the proposal that comes forward before licences are given, and happy to discuss with Councillor Stubbs or any other councillor who wants to discuss it.
Councillor Saunders.
Thank you much, Lord Mayor. Would the Cabinet member agree with me that it is a refreshing change to have got to the final question in a question session significantly ahead of time, and isn't that a credit to the administration for offering straight answers?
Absolutely, in the interest of openness and transparency.
So that concludes today's council meeting. May I take this opportunity to invite members back to Parlour for light refreshments. Thank you.